confirm that my audio is working?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hallan Squallan Quist Squamish Uxwumixw. We're fortunate to be gathered here on the traditional and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. I'm Councillor Chris Pettingill, acting mayor for the month of September and chairing the committee of the whole for Tuesday, September 10th. And we're dealing with audio live, figuring out as we go. That's how I like to roll. There we go. So please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. And I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor French, Councillor Hamilton seconds. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. The first item of business is a letter of support request from Squamish Nation. Mayor Herver, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just briefly, I think, was it last week we were looking at the procedure bylaw? This is a great example of this. The Nations requested a letter of support for their Housing Accelerator Fund application, and the sort of the deadline is today. So this is something that I would expect our procedure bylaw to address in future, but I'm looking for endorsement of writing a letter of support for the Squamish Nation, and I will move that. Yeah, hope there's a seconder.
Great. Councillor French seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we are on to the FortisBC temporary workforce accommodation and construction yard temporary use permits. I'll turn it over to Ms. Mulligan to introduce her team and the topic.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Catherine Mulligan. I'm the Director of Major Projects Industrial. And today I'm joined by Jonas Valeniskis. He's the Senior Director of Community Development. We also have other members of staff who are in the gallery and are online to help answer any questions following this presentation. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide updated information concerning 2 temporary use permit applications related to the Fortis Eagle Mountain Pipeline project prior to proceeding with an issuance decision by Council. Just to provide some context or background into the process, TUP 73, the application for temporary workforce accommodation, was received on December 14th of 2022. Following, the district received TUP 74 for a construction laydown yard on December 20th of 2022. Staff first presented the application to Council for initial feedback on February 14th, 23, and subsequently on July 11th, 2023 and July 2nd, 2024. As directed by committee, staff have since been working with the applicant to resolve outstanding feedback from Council. So the following slides provide updated information concerning the application for proposed temporary workforce accommodation, which is to be located at the end of Powerhouse Spring Roads on a proposed access road. So the map on the slide provides the proposed access route and proposed temporary uses, including the temporary workforce accommodation as proposed as part of TUP 73. The purple rectangle is where the temporary workforce lodge site is proposed. TUP provisions in the district's official community plan allow for the consideration of uses on a temporary basis, not otherwise permitted in the zoning bylaw without a zoning bylaw amendment. Relevant policies in the OCP regarding temporary use permits are set out in section 31.2. And these policies indicate that an application for a TUP will be considered in relation to a number of criteria. Criteria related to the TWA application were previously set out in Table 2 of the July 2nd, 2024 staff report for committee review. Updated information has been included in Table 1 of the staff report as part of committee's agenda package and is summarized on the slide pertaining to surrounding land uses for committee's consideration. Site is owned by Lafarge Canada, where the TWA is proposed to cover approximately 7 hectares, and the surrounded properties consist of a mixture of private property and Crown lands. There's a number of approved uses on the Crown lands, and these uses are administered through a variety of land use tenures, approvals, and/or licenses. As per a candidate site description prepared by Jacobs on behalf of FortisBC, the nearest residence is between approximately 500 meters and 900 meters north of areas 1 and 2, respectively, in the University Housing Zone, with Garibaldi Provincial Park as the nearest park, which is approximately 3 kilometers northeast. Existing gravel roads are present within the siting areas and are heavily used by recreationalists. Generally, the surrounding land uses include a mix of resource, energy, water supply, commercial, institutional, and residential uses. The area around the proposed temporary use contains resource activities such as logging, aggregate quarrying, and manufacturing, Atlantic Power's Bamquam generating station, undeveloped residential lands, the district's Powerhouse Springs Groundwater Protection Zone and wellhead, commercial recreation use under construction in the Squamish Canyon project, as well as residential and university uses at the University Heights to the north. In terms of land use intensity, resource, water protection, and uses in the University Heights are well established and active. If the temporary use proceeds to construction of both the lodge and the Squamish Canyon project will likely overlap with access to both projects taking place along the same route. Staff have assessed that the management of safety and operational use aspects along Powerhouse Springs Road in the Squamish Canyon project area, as well as the management of temporary workforce accommodation impacts, such as access and location on groundwater protection, present the main 2 focus areas needed to resolve land use compatibility of the proposed temporary workforce accommodation. Table 3 of the July 2nd, 2024 staff report included a staff assessment and resulting recommendations of application material related to TUP 73 for workforce accommodation. Additional details have since been shared by the applicant and are under review by staff. The status and considerations regarding the new information provided is detailed in the September 10th staff report in Table 2 for review. FortisBC agrees to meet conditions requiring plans relating to pre-occupancy for emergency management and security planning. FortisBC is exempt from environmental DPA 1 requirements, therefore a draft TUP does not include any requirements concerning environmental management. The following slides provide greater detail concerning the status of information related to proposed pre-issuance conditions. On July 2nd, 2024, staff presented considerations relating to hydrogeological conditions of the proposed TUP site, including proposed access road to the candidate site. As presented, the proposed access road, temporary workforce accommodation, and accompanying parking area are located within or in the proximity of the Ring Creek Aquifer, the district's primary drinking water source, Land Act Section 17 map reserve, as well as overlapping potential groundwater resource aquifer 398. Proposed activities present a risk of contamination due to the presence of hazardous materials associated with the construction and operation of the proposed access road, temporary workforce accommodation, and associated parking area. Following the July 2nd, 2024 committee meeting, staff requested that FortisBC undertake investigative drilling, the establishment of monitoring wells, and the development of a groundwater protection plan for the related area. Since agreeing, FortisBC commissioned a desktop study as included in the agenda package outlining hydrogeological conditions, the approach for investigative drilling and monitoring, and assessed proposed mitigations that were presented in the district staff report on July 2nd. Their study confirmed the need for the mentioned mitigations, and FortisBC has agreed to proceeding with drilling and monitoring prior to construction and before the release of any permit. As such, staff are proposing a pre-issuance condition for TUP, requiring the completion of investigative drilling, monitoring wells, and the development and implementation of a groundwater protection plan. The July 2nd, 2024 meeting outlined the requirement for updates to FortisBC's traffic impact assessment relating to the TUP application and a review of traffic safety in relation to the Mamquam Forest Service Road and Highway 99 intersection. Since July 2nd, Fortis has provided responses to district feedback on the traffic impact assessment and provided a revised version, while staff commissioned an intersection safety review for the aforementioned intersection. Responses and revisions to traffic impact assessment do not satisfy all concerns. However, staff have concluded that regardless of the status of the TIA, with appropriate mitigations implemented and documented in an updated traffic management strategy, safety considerations would be adequately mitigated. Staff will continue to progress traffic considerations with the applicant, and should the TUP be approved, would require an approved traffic management plan prior to release of the permit. On July 2nd, staff confirmed with committee the need for a decommissioning and restoration plan related to the proposed site with applicable costing. The OCP indicates under temporary use permit section 31.2C that TUPs may be issued subject to conditions imposed by the approving authority, such as requiring site rehabilitation upon cessation of the use, and that security deposits, site restoration plans, and letters of undertaking may also be required to ensure conditions are met. Costing related to decommissioning restoration is to act as a basis for a security deposit with added contingency applied according to the district's policies. At this time, FortisBC has provided a draft version of the plan, and staff are currently reviewing. More specific cost estimates are still required and are to be supplied by FortisBC. A pre-release condition has been added requiring this plan to be accepted by the district prior to any construction activities. Draft permit conditions have been included in the agenda package for committee's review. An overview of conditions have been outlined on this slide. Proposed conditions include prior to release conditions, conditions of the permit once issued, and advisory notes concerning the administration of the permit. Prior to release conditions are conditions which must be satisfied before the TUP permit is released to the applicant and would be prior to any related construction activities. As staff have continued to work through the application process with FortisBC, FortisBC has advised that should TUP 73 for temporary workforce accommodation be unsuccessful, or if a council decision is not made by early September, worker accommodations would consist of a mix of local accommodations and accommodations outside the district, with daily busing to construction areas. A subsequent letter received by council dated August 16th, 2024, from FortisBC includes deadlines and contingency details. FortisBC did provide a breakdown to staff of current and future anticipated non-local workforce and related contingency accommodations should the TUP be unsuccessful. This has been included in the slide. So with that, staff would pause the presentation at this time unless otherwise directed by the committee to provide the opportunity for discussion and feedback on TUP 73.
Okay, folks, with that, I'll go to council for questions. And again, this is primarily on the temporary workforce accommodation, although I know some questions may cross both. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation and for your continued work on this file. Regarding site restoration, I could imagine there's a site restoration plan based on what they know will need to be restored. Obviously, removal of the buildings and whatever we need to do, whatever needs to happen to the ground to put that back. But there's a possibility here of site contamination. Is there does the security deposit consider the potential impact of cleaning up our potential future well site in the presence of some contamination from the temporary work or accommodation.
It doesn't yet.
Through the chair. So at this point, it does not assume that there would be contamination. Everything, if the temporary use permit proceeds, there will be measures put in place to prevent it. If that was to happen, I'm not an engineer, but cleaning up an aquifer probably takes a very long time, and there will be other levels of government involved in making sure that the water resources are remediated. But the cleanup of this, the remediation of the site is essentially putting it back into its original state.
So just to clarify, we currently have no mechanism to ensure that we are able to clean up any contamination of the aquifer in the event of some kind of spill or mishap or contamination.
I'd like to ask Mr. Wilson to come and provide some context into decommissioning restoration in relation to potential water contamination.
Turn over to Ms. Glenday briefly.
Thank you. Through the chair, hoping that staff can have a quick timeout just to, thank you. Yeah, take 5.
Okay, yeah, so we will take a 5-minute recess until 10:52. Okay, and we are back from our brief recess. I will turn it over to, is it Mr. Ralston we're going to?
Morning, Council. My name is David Rolston. I'm the Senior Manager of Infrastructure Planning with the District of Squamish. So in terms of the groundwater contamination and remediation, the proposal is that a condition of the temporary use permit will be completing a groundwater monitoring program and also development of a contamination management plan. So that will that is yet to be prepared, but it is going to be as a condition of the temporary use permit. And that's going to establish all the measures that need to be taken in order to ensure protection of groundwater and a potential future water source for the district. That will include design measures of the temporary work camp, access roads during the operational phase, and then also for the decommissioning phase. So that's going to specify all of the work that needs to be done to ensure protection. So that's it. It will be a condition of the temporary use permit. And then I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Belanistis to discuss the actual financial security for ensuring that that work is completed.
Thank you. So yes, as Mr. also pointed out, there will be a plan in place for decommissioning and mitigation, and the security should include all the activities that are included in the decommissioning plan. If there was a contamination on the property, at that point, we would be looking at working with Ministry of Environment, who deals with site contamination, and also the property owner, who's at the end of the day responsible for any site contamination on their property. But it's very difficult to try and predict what that would look like. So it's unlikely that that would form part of the security. Be essentially other processes in place that are available to the district and other levels of government.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, I'll go to Mayor Herford and then Councillor Greenlaw and then Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I've got a couple in there in different categories, so I figure out where to start. I'll start with the workforce numbers. The slide that you shared is one of the later slides in your presentation. Do you have something similar for where we are today? I'm trying to understand the difference between what impacts are happening in the community today and what that bump is in numbers for the coming season.
Thank you for the question. I'll just return to that slide if I can. There we go. So actually, as of today, or as of the end of August, FortisBC has notified that there are between 325 and 350 workers residing in the community in a mix of accommodation, which has been described on the slide. So this is sort of as of the end of August, and it's been relayed from FortisBC staff that should the accommodation not be approved, that these numbers would essentially remain unchanged in terms of the number of workers residing in community. There is no condition that prevents that number from increasing should a temporary accommodation, should the lodge not be approved. So the condition within the EAO certificate that's been provided to Fortis is conditional on the lodge being in place in terms of where workers reside and whether or not living out allowances are provided.
Okay, thank you. So, so the increase is, they're saying, would be the increase in workforce would be handled by the Lower Mainland daily transportation category. The other categories are essentially at or around those numbers as we sit here today.
That is what has been relayed to staff, yes.
Okay, and then should the workforce accommodation be approved, are there commitments that 600 number entirely moves to the lodge, and then thus vacating the fixed roof accommodation, private accommodations, and local accommodations? Is that what the commitment is?
The commitment is outlined in the EAC for the project. So the environmental assessment certificate specifies that workforce accommodation will be made available for all non-local workforce working on the project, should the workforce lodge be constructed, and no living out allowance is provided. It doesn't restrict workers from residing in the lower, the regional, Metro Vancouver Regional District, apologies. But it is written in a way that there is an expectation that workers will reside at the lodge.
Okay, thank you. And then earlier you mentioned there's a term for release of the permit, which means no construction activity before then. We've heard from we know that there's we've heard from the proponent that there's time constraints. I just wondered what if you could speak to sort of the projected time for these things to happen, and does no construction activity mean no construction activity, or does it mean only construction activity that would be permitted inside the existing zoning, which would maybe allow for road construction or something like that? Like, how do these things sort of interplay?
Any construction activity that's subject to district permitting will need a district permit. So whether it's a work permit or a soil permit, or a blasting permit, those permits have to be issued before the construction activity takes place. There's certain works, I'm sure, that are part of this project that don't necessarily require a district permit. So we're not in control of those. But any work that's subject to district permitting requirements will need a permit before it begins.
Okay. And then the timeline, I'm just trying to understand if this is still something that is an option realistic option for consideration, given the timelines we're hearing from the proponent. So do we have an idea, like I'm assuming this work, is there some pre-work underway to sort of start some of these pieces that are here to be as sort of conditions of release of the permit?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so in terms of the prior to release conditions, I can say that all three of the items relating to groundwater testing, traffic management, and decommissioning are underway. In some cases, they're in review, have been reviewed by staff, and comments are being provided back on additional information that's been provided to date, or information that has been commissioned by the district, or the intention of the applicant is in place in terms of should a TUP be approved by council in terms of completing the work. I can't confirm whether or not that will result in all of the work being accepted by the district within the timeline specified by the applicant. And that will depend on the quality of the information, the responses to additional requests or feedback. In terms of other work that's ongoing right now, as you know, the district does have capacity funding from the applicant to undertake its regulatory processes, and with the intention of not affecting other priorities of the district. There is currently discussions between the applicant and the district around what permitting is required should workforce accommodation be approved, including servicing agreements and building permits and development permits. So the applicant can choose in advance of a decision to start preparing those materials in the event that council did approve the TUP. In order to try to meet the deadlines. Again, the quality of the information submitted and then the subsequent review will determine the ultimate timelines of permit issuance. Staff understand the applicant's deadline, but can only work as fast as resources allow for.
Yeah, thank you. And I wasn't suggesting that in any way that that work should be underway or have a guaranteed timeline or anything. I was trying to understand if these are choices that, as laid out, that if council decides to issue the permit, that if it's practically possible to hit these pieces. Can you talk about the parking protocol requirement, and then I'll leave it there. What does that mean? I know there's lots of concerns around traffic, and parking sort of drives traffic. And how are you seeing that piece?
Thanks for the question. As you are likely aware, a letter was issued to council from FortisBC addressing traffic management concerns along Memcom Forest Road and Powerhouse Springs Road. One of the mitigations that were proposed by Fortis was with regards to parking, and the objective was to reduce the amount of personal vehicle use along Powerhouse Springs Road by creating additional parking at the laydown yard, which is also proposed. And so essentially the parking protocol is a requirement that Fortis develops essentially an operational plan around parking. So requiring workers to park at the yard and exhaust that parking area prior to allowing personal vehicles to be parked at the temporary workforce accommodation, with some exception. So we are looking for what the operational plan looks like so that we can review it.
Okay, so that would entail some sort of shuttle bus service back and forth between those locations?
Yes, sorry for not adding that. Yes, so the shuttle bus service, they have provided their intent to provide a shuttle bus service from the Lower Mainland and encourage that use by workers, but they're not going to require its use. And then also shuttles between the laydown yard and the temporary workforce accommodation, as well as shuttles to and from different locations in Squamish to encourage workers to choose the shuttle as opposed to personal vehicle use. I will note that some vehicles are also used as work vehicles. Some personal vehicles are also used as work vehicles, and I believe they'll be denoted with a Fortis branding, essentially, as a workforce vehicle.
Yeah, quick follow-up.
Yeah, just quick follow-up. Can you remind me how many parking spots are still remaining at the TWA site? Is it 192 parking stalls?
Staff would need a few minutes to get the exact number, but I believe it might be more than that.
Yeah, I think it's 300 and some odd. They're planning to or claiming to use a lower number, but I think the total number is 300 and some odd. But I'm going to switch the order a little bit and jump to Councillor Stoner, and then we'll get back to our regular order.
Thanks, through the chair. My questions relating to Mayor Herford's first set of questions around residency in the temporary workforce accommodation. So appreciate that the EAC condition says that there's no living out allowance if the workforce accommodation lodge is in play. However, there is an exception that's allowed based on residency. And so from my understanding, the 200 plus workers who are currently living in community are considered residents because they've been here for 6-ish months. I'm curious if we have a commitment from Fortis that those folks will vacate the 200 plus units that are being used, or if that is not an option. What is Fortis's commitment there around removing those folks from community and requiring them to live in workforce accommodation?
Staff do not have a commitment at this time about moving workers into the lodge should it be constructed. That is something staff could follow up with and receive information on from the applicant.
That would be helpful in advance of a decision. Thank you very much.
Just going to interject there because I had a similar question, and I would like to understand the differentiation between local and non-local, if that matters here, and what the demographics are. Are these sort of is this whole families and therefore can't relocate? Are these individual workers? And understand really who are we talking about going into the camp and what is our enforcement ability there would be useful. So I'll go to Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, just for housekeeping, sorry, where did the numbers come from the Fortis project information stuff? Is that directly from Fortis, and do we have any way of ground truthing it? How many people are living in the Lower Mainland and local accommodations and all this stuff?
Yes, so just to clarify how many people are living in the Lower Mainland, that would be in the instance if they reached peak workforce capacity and the lodge was not approved, that was their intention, to have workers reside in the Lower Mainland and transit by bus. The numbers were provided directly by Fortis to staff in terms of the approximate number of workers living in community, ranging from 325 to 350. We do know that, hotel properties are booked out by Fortis. We are not certain exactly the number in private accommodation and those hotel properties from our own data. It's information that's been provided by Fortis.
Okay, thanks. And do you know if that includes subcontractors, or is it just directly Fortis employees?
My understanding is that it's all project workers, so contractors, subcontractors.
Okay, thanks. And so, from my perspective, the temporary workforce workers accommodation aims to mitigate impacts on our housing. And I would like to have an ability to quantify that impact and the impact of the mitigations. And as a condition of some of its permits, Woodfibre is meant to have a housing impact committee to measure the impacts their projects are having on our community. And this committee was meant to have been formed nearly a year ago and meet at least quarterly. This committee is meant to include Fortis, the district, and the nation at least. And Woodfibre has just been issued a warning from the EAO because they haven't been in compliance. But they're saying that they have formed this committee and the committee has met. Can staff speak to that?
Yes, staff can speak to that. There was a meeting that was following a community services infrastructure and management plan meeting on May 30th. District staff were invited, select district staff were invited to participate. I participated in the meeting. The meeting discussed the proposed cumulative impacts committee, its composition, its intent, and requested that the participants who were present provide suggestions on other participants for such meeting. District staff had requested formal invitations to be circulated for engagement, as well as a terms of reference document for the committee and a terms of engagement document. Subsequently, we received a terms of engagement document. Another meeting was held in early September last week, time's flying, of this group, again, with the same participants. WLG did inform us that one of the recommendations to include the Housing Society was accepted, but the participant wasn't able to attend. So there has been, I would say, one meeting, and then there was one meeting that was about the committee, not necessarily a committee meeting and engagement opportunity.
Okay, because I'm hearing increasingly from numerous sources in our community that there are a significant number of LNG workers occupying our, and I think the public has a difficult time discerning between the two overlapping projects. So I'm not sure if these are Fortis people or Woodfibre people or subcontractors of Woodfibre, I don't know. But they're occupying our rental housing and hotel rooms, drastically impacting our housing availability. I've had several people come to me and tell me that they are missing out on opportunities because they're being outbid by LNG workers, and also negatively impacting our biggest industry, which is tourism, through taking over our hotels. So do we have any guarantees that, do we have any way of quantifying how many people are actually there, like from Woodfibre and Fortis and all of their subcontractors? Was any of that discussed in this committee? And is there any intention to actually start tabulating that so that we have these numbers moving forward?
So they do cover off cumulative impacts associated with housing and safety as part of committee discussions and engagement with participants. They have provided as part of their community services infrastructure management plan some details around housing workers, each respective project. There is an EAC, so as part of the environmental assessment certificate, there is a obligation that should they be asked, they need to report on their worker numbers and location of residency. The information that we provide, that we have been provided by Fortis, we hope is accurate, and we continue to talk to them about what's happening within the community around private accommodation and hotel accommodation. And they are alive to that and recognize that, you know, there is a major constraint concerning accommodation within the community. And the worker accommodation proposal that's before council is in an effort to try to mitigate that impact. And they have committed, in absence of that, to not increase the number of workers residing in community. These are, you know, commitments that they've made. I can't substantiate whether they will follow through on that. I don't know if that's
So
helpful.
again, just to like reiterate some of the comments from Councillor Stoner's questions, they have committed to not increasing the number of employees renting in our community, but they have not committed, and there is no way of enforcing them removing their current renters and returning those units back to our rental pool.
That is correct. Through their EAC, there's no requirement. I will say that they continue to have discussions with WLNG concerning the use of some of the accommodation on the flotel. And my understanding is that from them, and I believe I have that in writing, is that should that opportunity come to fruition, that the workers that would be located on the flotel would have been non-local workers residing within the community already, as opposed to additional workers that would be allocated to the flotel. So that would remove some of the existing workers residing in the community for the project.
Okay,
But that is in
thanks.
the neighborhood of 50,
Yeah.
I believe.
And then, sorry, I just wanted to go back to Councillor Stoner's question. You know, with Woodfibre, we have if anybody was residing here before this date, they're a resident. Is there a date like that for the Fortis project? Or like, what is the determining factor for them becoming a resident, a local resident for Fortis?
I would like to pull up the condition. It'll just take me a minute to do so because I think that would be really helpful. If you just would allow me a minute, and I'll come back with that.
Sure, thanks.
Did you have additional questions, Councillor Greenlaw?
Well, also, I think it would be valuable. This is, I guess, more of a comment because I don't think you can answer this, but your comment here, it says up to 50 FortisBC project workers may reside on the flotel depending on feasibility and offsetting the number of project workers residing locally. And I would be curious to see what the definition of feasibility is there, but I assume that's a Fortis definition and not a staff definition.
I think feasibility is actually referring to a WLNG definition in terms of whether or not they have capacity on the flotel to accept Fortis workers, as well as my understanding is that Fortis workers must adhere to all requirements that are set out as part of the EAC for WLNG workers. So Fortis would need to agree to those terms.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, I could just confirm the parking space number. It's 325.
Thank you. Ms. Mulligan, would you like us to proceed to other questions while you continue to look that up? Okay. Is that good for you for now?
Yeah,
Councillor
I'm
Greenlaw?
good for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. My question will concern potential mitigation measures relating to safety issues at the Forest Service Road, Site B access and highway intersection. There is a reference in the staff report to difficulties, risks due to sightline issues and lack of gaps in highway traffic. There is, for southbound traffic turning left onto the Forest Service Road, immediately south of the Squamish Creek Bridge, a protected turning lane. This does not exist for Site B traffic heading northbound, re-entering the highway. And that's one of the core issues of that intersection. Is there a potential for, as part of an orientation program for Fortis project workers or drivers, or otherwise, the possibility to have a program of advice to these drivers that they be mindful of the Site B highway reentry traffic as they sit and wait in that protected turning lane, which the Site B traffic doesn't have. So they're in that turning lane waiting to cross the highway onto the Forest Service Road. Can we provide some orientation to those drivers as part of a formalized or recommendation? One of the other issues is the drivers heading south to the city after they've been to the gondola. We can't put together a program of advice for those people, but perhaps we can, and they are an issue at this intersection as well, because they're using that intersection to turn around, go south. So is it possible to introduce that advice to Fortis drivers that they be mindful of the Site B traffic and yield to it, that Site B traffic wanting to turn left and head north on the highway? Is that a possible mitigation measure that we could discuss with Fortis? Thank you.
Through the chair, Devin Kinaga, developer, manager of development engineering. That is something we can discuss if there was, that would be an operational component of their traffic management strategy. That would be how that would be captured. My one thought on that, however, is that vehicles need to follow the rules of the road, and there might be Motor Vehicle Act restrictions on, I presume what you're thinking is people heading south could see a truck waiting and then wait and allow that truck to go. They might not be legally allowed to. I don't know for sure, but that's one concern that comes to mind with that approach. But that is something we can absolutely take away and discuss with the proponent.
Thank you. The objective is to reduce the risk and the stress on the part of those drivers, and I've been one of them myself. It is a very stressful episode to try to re-enter the highway from Site B with especially that fast-flowing traffic northbound. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll take a couple questions of my own. There's some of the outstanding information we talked, it was mentioned about requiring them prior to occupancy. Is there a reason why we wouldn't expect that or why we can't expect that prior to contemplating the permit?
It's pretty typical for temporary use permits to have kind of stage requirements for submissions. And so often, you want to answer the kind of land use question first and provide that assurance to the applicant before they go down the road and develop more detailed plans, essentially. And so in some cases, that's the reason for delaying it to occupancy. If staff think that this is something that can be resolved, if council approves the permit, then we normally put it as an issuance condition or as an occupancy condition.
But if for various reasons about sort of lack of accountability mechanisms and so on and so forth, council preferred to have this information beforehand, do we have that option?
Council can always request information to be provided as part of the temporary use permit approval process by council.
Okay, thank you. Consider that my request, I guess. I would like to have the information before getting much further down the road. We keep on Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the slippery slope, so I'll just note that now. And then just with some of the information, I don't think we have all the in-house expertise, and Fortis and their consultants have provided us information. What's our ability for the things that we can regulate and some of the, water pieces and parking and so on, for us to require funding so we can do independent verification and analysis and ongoing monitoring, so we're not relying on proponent, self-policing, that we can actually have sort of independent accountability reporting to us rather than the proponent.
Staff, so the district has capacity funding and is doing some of that review work or peer review work ourselves or using other consultants. When it comes to monitoring, it's not our property. It is a development application essentially. And so the standard practice is to have conditions that have the landowner or the agent, in this case, Fortis, do the actual monitoring work.
Okay, so I'll take that. But how about our ability to confirm whether or not they're actually living up, doing the proper level of monitoring, adequate reporting, like checking, actually verifying? And I understand it may be a higher level of scrutiny than we see with other projects. I think some would argue it's warranted in this case. So do we have that ability to require that if we wished?
Yes, we rely on qualified professionals to do the work and to provide the assurance that the work that they're describing in their monitoring reports is actually taking place. Staff always review these monitoring reports, and if there's questions, there's always room for conversation and checking in. So from that perspective, staff don't have a concern that monitoring reports are not going to be sufficient because we're essentially operating in a qualified professional system.
Right. But I guess my question is, if council wasn't comfortable in this case with that professional reliance model, could we sort of say, like, for us to be comfortable, we need to be able to have boots on the ground to verify objectively?
My initial thought is unlikely, just because we're not dealing with our property and this is somebody else's proposal, but that's something that staff can take a further look at.
I may add to the committee that, it's typical with permits that are put in place that there is a level of monitoring by staff. And we do have, for instance, environmental staff attending site to look at how permits are administered, and those staff are professionals and qualified professionals themselves. And then when there is a reliance on a third party for additional information, that is sought through other qualified professionals. So there is a system in place to ensure that as the permit has been issued, that work is progressing according to the permit conditions and the terms of such permits. And there's a process in place.
Okay, thanks. And I mean, my perception from what I've seen in the reports is that the proponent has really resisted a move away from personal vehicles. They want to keep that option open and have tons of parking available, even though they may offer shuttles. But and the studies about the traffic allude to the fact of, oh, there's no point in having bike parking and so on. So what I'm seeing is sort of a development that not only it's not consistent with the zoning, but in terms of the form and how it functions and so on, seems very inconsistent with any sort of residential zoning we would approve today, because we wouldn't approve something where bike parking doesn't work, where there is no bike parking, where there's tons and tons of parking. And so what is our obligation to accept that design? Not only sort of our obligation to say, well, we're going to accept residential and non-residential zone, but also residential in a form completely outside of what we would approve anywhere else in Squamish right now.
It's It's not a typical residential form of development. It's temporary industrial sort of residential proposal. So in that sense, we have to be, as a district, practical in our approval process, in that we're contemplating, what will work for this project and what the applicants are proposing. Can we require some additional requirements, say bicycle parking? Yes, we can. The situation in this location is such that bicycle parking is probably going to have a low utilization rate just because of its connectivity to our active transportation network. But there are certain things that the district could require if we deemed it to be necessary and reasonable. We have to act reasonably.
Okay, and I just having a bit of trouble with this. So, unless the province steps in formally, we're not generally required to allow residential in an industrial or to rezone in a commercial area to industrial or vice versa. So here as well, I understand the proponent has wishes and aspirations, but if it's inconsistent with our existing zoning, I'm having trouble understanding our obligation to accept all kinds of things, not just a change in general zoning, but specifics in terms of parking and bike use and all these, design that's sort of contrary to what we do anywhere else in Squamish. Like, what is our obligation without the province stepping in to impose it?
Council has discretion. It's a temporary use permit application. Staff review it against our policies, and staff are reviewing it as a very unique form of development. So it's definitely looked at differently than if this was a long-term residential proposal.
Okay, appreciate that, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. On the traffic piece, which I think is an issue regardless of either of these TUPs advancing as far as the Mountain Forest Service Road 99, where does a Ministry of Transportation approval or comment come into this? I see all the binning work, but how does that consultation work, and at what point does that happen? And are they relying on these reports? Do they do their own assessment, or what's happening there?
Through the chair, yeah, so Ministry of Transportation would be involved in review of the traffic impact assessment, for example, in terms of authority, any mitigation measures that would be put in place, because they have jurisdiction over the highway, for example. Any mitigation measures would have to be approved by MOTI before they could be implemented, for example. And then the same goes for if we had if we wanted to see certain things on, say, the Mamquam FSR, Ministry of Forests, as the authority having jurisdiction, would ultimately have to approve it.
So at what point does that come? Do those conversations happen? I know we've around this table, we've been raising concerns around various pieces of this and all sorts of different configurations, but does that happen after permit issuance, and then it's a reactive thing, or is it a proactive thing from the province side where they're engaged in assessing the plans that we see before us already?
So I'd say it's proactive in that we have been engaging with Ministry of Forests and MOTI throughout this process. Ministry of Forests, we've engaged from the get-go. They've obviously had more of an impact directly on the Forest Service Road. So that relationship around this project is much more established. With MOTI, we've had a lot of touch points throughout their application. And I'd say we're diving into that a lot more now as we're narrowing down to potential mitigation measures. So, for example, after this meeting, we would have more direction on, where we might go with it, and we'd be reaching out to MOTI immediately to continue conversations on it.
Sorry, did you have something, Ms. Mulligan? Okay, yeah, I think it's this interplay between who's regulating what, and that's again, maybe even outside of the TUPs is really, I find quite challenging in figuring out at what time. We have concerns. There have been longstanding concerns around that Malcolm Forest Service Road Highway 99 intersection, just in the absence of any project, let alone adding there, and to perhaps as activity is going to increase there, like where does the responsibility lay for appropriate planning there? And I think right now we're in a bit of a void there. So I'd like to understand that a bit better, and whether that's something that if that's a decision point that these uses then aren't appropriate, is it like is the cart and the horse in the right order around that, and that's what I'm trying to reconcile. I don't know if you can comment on how that process has been or should be going forward, as far as if there's a big improvement at the managing of that intersection, what does that mean for reasonable volumes and safety further out because of uses that we're considering in this process.
Can we just have?
Can I ask for maybe a bit more clarity on what you're asking?
Yeah, thank you. I think if the highway is the province's responsibility and the Forest Service Road is a different branch of the province, but the province's responsibility, then where is the district's responsibility in approving reasonable uses that drive that traffic? Because the province needs to do reasonable upgrades, and I'm sure that those are possible. I mean, they build cloverleaf over, there's all sorts of things that could that happen to manage traffic, but municipalities don't do that. So I'm just trying to figure out that interplay, and if someone could, and particularly with the time constraints that we're hearing from the proponent, whether those are exact or not. I'm just trying to figure out how those fit together to help me with my decision making.
Ms. Glende?
Thank you. Through the chair, if council would accommodate another timeout for staff to get some information together, please.
Sure, let's go until 1:45, and then we do need to leave a bit of time for the works yard as well. So after that, council will try and focus in, but we'll take a break until 11:45. Okay, folks, thank you for that again. Want to make sure we have all the correct information and good answers. So we are back. I will return it to Ms. Mulligan to answer Mayor Herford's question. And then I think we have some clarification about an earlier question to follow.
Thank you for the question. And thank you for the time that you've provided staff to discuss it. In terms of, the role that council plays in around decision making regarding, for instance, traffic safety at the intersection of MQM and the highway or on Powerhouse Springs Road, essentially, the way that the draft permit has been written is essentially to delegate further decisions around the approval of traffic safety or traffic management plans, of the hydrogeological work that's underway in terms of mitigation planning. So essentially delegating that approval process following an approval of the TUP to staff, as they are technical issues that need to be worked out between the district, other regulators that approve, such as MOTI, and the proponent or the applicant. I don't know if that helps answer the question concerning.
Yeah, so then
traffic management.
thank you for that. So I suppose it's a bit of I describe it as a leap of faith that these are problems that are solvable and that appropriate measures would be put in place by the province, and paid for by by someone that's not us, to mitigate them. And that's sort of that leap that needs to happen in a case like this.
To some degree, that is correct. Staff have assessed the traffic impact assessment, have reviewed the intersection safety review, for instance, for the Mamquam and highway area, and have determined that with appropriate mitigations, the safety concerns can be addressed. However, there's many steps to complete in order to arrive at that point. So that includes Fortis's additional work that's required, approval by MOTI for any such upgrades that would be required at the intersection, for instance, and ultimately the district's acceptance of a traffic management strategy. Same for the hydrogeological work. Staff have undertaken quite a bit of review work with regards to conditions. Mitigations were proposed in the attachment part of July 2nd. Committee of the Whole meeting concerning groundwater protection. And so there's still work to be done between the proponent or the applicant and the district. And then the ultimate approval by the district or acceptance of such measures, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. I think part of what I was hoping to be able to consider in this process was if the approval of one or both of these permits would result in a substantive upgrade to that intersection and thus safety sort of in perpetuity, that might be something that feeds into, that could be something that would feed into someone's decision-making process, but I'm not hearing commitments in that way in anything I've seen or heard yet. So, but I do understand that process, and that makes total sense. So thank you for your for that.
And then before we go to you, Councillor Hamilton, Ms. Mulligan, did you have some follow-up information?
Well, I did. I wanted to share the order that was provided through the EAC, so the condition that relates to construction camp residency for committee to consider in relation to the application and the implications of approval versus not approval of the TUP around camp residency. So if it's okay, I will read that section. It's not too long, just so everybody is hearing the same thing. It's better from me reading this than me trying to paraphrase it. So it's 32, condition 32, construction camp residency, 32.1, during the operations of the construction camp, the holder must make accommodation available at the construction camp for all project workers. And what I'll do now is define what project workers entails individuals employed or retained by the holder, including contractors or subcontractors and their employees, who are camp workers or are engaged in the construction of the project as described in the certified project description. I'm not going to read that. So going back to that, during the operations of the construction camp, the holder must make accommodation available at the construction camp for all project workers, not provide rental housing or a housing allowance to project workers, and subject to conditions 32.2 and 32.3, require project workers to reside at the construction camp while working at the project. So conditions 32.2, 32.1C does not apply to project workers who reside within the boundaries of Metro Vancouver Regional District. 32.3 says the holder may relieve a worker of the requirement referred to in condition 32.1C based on the location of a worker's residence, family, Indigenous or cultural considerations, or reasons acceptable to the EAO. Those are the exceptions. The holder, 32.4 says the holder must retain a record of the exceptions accompanied by a rationale. The holder must provide a copy of this record to the EAO upon request.
And just for clarity, because I think the question did come up, there's no definition of residence or they reside. There's in terms of dates or anything like that. It just says resides.
Correct. It says require project workers to reside at the construction camp while working at the project. It doesn't actually define it as non-local within the condition either. Project workers, as I read, was defined. And then there is that exemption for project workers who reside within the boundaries of Metro Vancouver Regional District.
Okay. Is it on this specifically, Councillor Greenlaw? Okay, I'll go to you.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to quickly summarize. Effectively, if a construction camp exists, then there are no longer live-out allowances available.
According to the EAC, that is correct.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to you now finally, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And my question is regarding, and I think one of the primary concerns or primary sources of points of tension is the affecting existing businesses, specifically the Squamish Canyon. So our OCP states temporary use permits may be issued in the case where they do not negatively affect existing businesses. So first question there, is Squamish Canyon an existing business? I would, to me, it makes sense. They're under construction. They certainly exist. Investment has begun. It's a $22 million investment. So that has certainly started. I think that so that passes the bar for me in terms of existing business. And now without negatively affecting, there's a lot of gray there. Is there a process for rationalizing the potential effect of an action, a permit on a business in the future?
Could you clarify the question?
So we can imagine somebody who runs a retail outlet being frustrated because there's a temporary use permit for some use on the street, blocking their customers from getting there for a short period of time, which is going to cost them some financial damage, presumably not put their business into its existence into jeopardy. Here we're at a case where the business is stating that this temporary use permit is putting their $22 million investment in jeopardy. So those seem like very big differences, and we're being asked to approve a temporary use permit or not, decide upon a temporary use permit, which is either going to favor FortisBC and hopefully reducing the housing impact in our community, but on the contrary to that, putting an existing business with a $22 million investment, which is presumably going to be a long-term business in our community, at risk. Is there any way we can rationalize that decision to get hard numbers on where that goes, on how true any of it is?
It's certainly a consideration that there will be impacts in the area because of the elevated use that comes with this temporary use permit. There's another layer to this in that this temporary use is temporary. And so we're not looking this as, is this the right use long term? We're certainly looking at it as 3 to 6 years potentially, according to the legislation. That's as far as TPs can go. And we're looking at whether the impacts on adjacent businesses can be mitigated. And that impacts that staff can see are primarily related to the traffic through the site. So can traffic safety, can operations be mitigated through the canyon project? And if they can, then on a temporary basis, we have to consider other policies in the OCP, and that we have to consider our housing situation. And so there isn't a formula that we can apply to decide whether where this exactly falls. But we have to, as with most OCP policies, you have to consider them in balance. There's a bit of an absence of detail to those policies.
And so my understanding, I'm just checking to see my understanding of the events of the past year and a half are correct. To staff's understanding, Squamish Canyon has tried to work with FortisBC on mitigating measures. They have failed to come to an agreement on measures that would sufficiently mitigate the impact to the Squamish Canyon business. And that conversation is effectively at a standstill, where FortisBC does not see how they can move forward with any further mitigations. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding from staff's understanding?
Yes, talks between FortisBC and Squamish Canyon ceased at the end of 2023. There hasn't been discussion, to my knowledge, between parties. FortisBC had listed a number of mitigations that they would be willing to complete should a TUP or TUPs be put in force. However, some of the requests of Squamish Canyon have been largely unmet. Some have been agreed to, and some were actually at the recommendation of Squamish Canyon in the first place. So right now, despite all that, there is still ongoing work, as you know, with staff and the applicant to resolve considerations around traffic management, which includes discussions with Fortis about potential mitigations to address traffic safety along the Powerhouse Springs Road. We are working through that right now, and that would support some of the mitigations that staff think would be required in order to mitigate against some of or address some of the impacts associated with business operations for Squamish Canyon.
Thanks very much.
I had naively hoped we might gain some ground on this topic, given it had 2 hours and we discussed it a lot, but I guess that was naive on my part. I think I'll shift. If there are any questions, I take it there's no more presentation on the works yard. Is that correct? Okay. So if there are any specific. Oh, sorry, Ms. Mulligan.
I did have additional slides that I could summarize very quickly on the works yard, and as well concerning engagement that's taken place since we last met with the committee on July 2nd.
Yeah, please, let's get into that, and then council see if we can sort of wrap up, I guess, overall final thoughts, questions after that presentation. So please proceed, Ms. Mulligan.
Okay, so the following slides present information concerning TUP 74 for the proposed construction laydown yard. Again, for committee's reference purposes, the map on the slide provides the proposed access route and proposed temporary uses, including the proposed laydown construction yard. And the same policy applies as denoted in the previous slides concerning the workforce accommodation. Squamish Nation is the is the owner of the fee simple lot where the TUP has been proposed. And the sites where the parking laydown operations are contemplated is approximately 13 acres in total. Surrounding properties consist of a mixture of private property and crown lands. And FortisBC has established mitigations to limit impacts on neighboring residential uses, including noise monitoring, the installation of perimeter fencing with visual buffers as appropriate, dust suppression activities, and monitoring and adherence to lighting requirements and lighting plan, and a lighting plan in relation to the yard. Staff have developed a summary of draft permit conditions, and that has been included as part of, I believe, attachment 5 in the council agenda package, and a similar structure for those permits as with the temporary workforce accommodation permit is summarized above on this slide. Fortis did advise staff that should TUP 74 be unsuccessful, laydown activities would be expanded at the BC Rail site for the project's use. Additionally, it's the intention of FortisBC to use a location where the TUP is proposed, even in absence of an approval for limited activities already authorized by their BCER or BC Energy Regulator permit, and Squamish Nation, the landowner. These activities include equipment and material storage and vehicle parking. So just in terms of implications and recommendations, I think I'll skip the detail concerning budget and collaboration to just speak directly to engagement in light of time constraints. So just to inform the community, per policy, the project was posted on the district development showcase on the district's website. Additional information has been provided on the district's project page, and a development sign was posted at the site. Comments have focused on recreational access, public safety. Staff referred both applications to the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District. A response was received citing that SLRD's interests are generally unaffected. Staff also outreached to Squamish Nation staff concerning the application 73, but given that the application for the laydown yard is located on Squamish Nation land, we did not refer the application. I will say that there is a letter from Squamish Nation as well attached to the package concerning the workforce accommodation specifically and their regulatory process. And that was provided to staff, so I don't believe it was directly sent to council. Also, staff from the Squamish Nation have met with district staff, have indicated that the nation has approved the temporary workforce camp, and which includes a 7-hectare expanded size as part of its own distinct environmental assessment process, and they've reviewed related application material as part of that process. Staff met with representatives also from Capilano University, who indicated that they performed their own risk analysis of the proposed worker accommodation and concluded that the worker accommodation application does not pose additional risks to the safety of students. Squamish Canyon outlined several operational safety issues concerning Mamquam FSR and Powerhouse Springs Road and the proposed use in conjunction with the canyon's construction activities and planned operational activities once open to the public. Transportation safety issues have been outlined in the traffic management section of the report for committee to consider. And general comments received from interested parties include concerns relating to potential traffic, noise, dust, interruption to business, and community safety resulting from the proposed laydown and worker accommodations. So following the committee of the whole meeting, the application would proceed through the stages outlined in table 7 at council's discretion and is conditional on council, and some of those steps are conditional on council's approval at various application stages. So as per section 4941 of the Local Government Act, public notice is required prior to consideration of both TUPs. A public hearing is not required under the LGA and is at the discretion of council. Notice requirements are outlined in section 4942 of the LGA, and the application is currently posted, as I mentioned, on the district's development showcase, where a public feedback mechanism is also available. So finally, the recommendation is included on the slide that the committee receive the report from community development titled TU 000073 FortisBC Temporary Workforce Accommodation and TU 000074 FortisBC Construction Yard dated September 10th, 2024 for information. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And before we entertain a resolution and where we can make some comments, are there any questions on this? Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And you referred to the allowable uses on this parcel under the BCER regulations. And could you, if it's, I don't know how hard, what above and beyond that is being proposed? Because I know that a lot of the uses, this is often been referred to as the laydown yard, but the BCER approval for that refers largely to what I would consider laydown uses. So could you speak to what that sort of, what they're looking for above and beyond what is permitted there already, which is outside of our zoning regulation?
So in addition to the laydown activities that are authorized under the permit, FortisBC would erect temporary trailers essentially for additional uses by their staff. So for, I guess, office use for laydown activities, operations use. And so there is a layout plan that's included in the management plan that I believe was included in the July 2nd, 2024 that denotes those uses, as well as they would do some fueling at the site, is my understanding.
Okay, and so in the conditions of the permit as proposed, we've got some regulations around lighting and noise and fencing buffer. Are these things that they would need to do? Is there another way to regulate that if this permit isn't approved, but those laydown uses are still happening? Do we have other regulations to regulate the lighting, noise, I don't know, dust control, that sort of thing, in absence of this permit that would put us in a position to do that?
We'd have to default to our zoning bylaw, the noise bylaw, essentially. And there would be no monitoring included with that. So just basically be largely complaint-based, and the district responding and seeing whether the complaint if there's merit to pursue compliance with one of the bylaws. So there's still some ability, but with the permit, there's also the monitoring requirements that come along with. So there's a bit more teeth that the district would have if the permit is in place.
Okay, but so it's the monitoring that's the difference, not so much the sort of the regulation itself. Like, are these pieces that are in the conditions that are proposed here around, particularly we'll focus on noise and lighting, are those just in line with our zoning bylaw, or our bylaws generally, and it's the reporting that's elevated in this scenario as proposed?
Correct. Fencing is a little different, in that with fencing, there's, the permit has larger ability to make sure it's buffered. If the proponent chooses to do fencing, essentially, whereas we wouldn't have much regulation when it comes to buffering of fencing without a permit.
Okay, thank you. And emergency management and security and policing, like all these things, I think would need to happen under BCER approved projects as well. I'm just trying to look at what the difference is between issuing and not issuing this permit. So, and a lot of this stuff just feels like common sense, but I know that's not always the case. So those emergency management piece, they would need to have emergency management plans in place to operate but under a different regulator, not under us. Is that what the difference is?
That's correct. There are requirements for the project itself related to emergency planning, but they are accountable to other regulators. For instance, BCR would be an example. So in absence of a temporary use for a permit for either application, there would be no mechanism essentially to require a plan specific to the site by the district.
Okay, and I suppose, could I apply the same to the sort of traffic safety category in the sort of pre-release conditions?
There is a traffic management plan that's required under EAO conditions that is reviewable by the EAO, but is not approvable by the district. So yes,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stoner, did I see a hand?
Yeah, I think I just want to confirm and perhaps reframe one of Mayor Herford's questions. The mitigation measures that are presented in the TUP condition for lighting and for noise, so the building of the 3-meter wall, the lighting plan, would those still occur without the TUP?
Through the chair, if there was no TUP, or if the TUP was not approved, essentially the proponent can still put up lighting. The way we would regulate it is if there were complaints about lighting, we would have to go and make sure that it, essentially it's not glaring at across the property line into somebody else's residence. So with a permit, we get to approve the setup, and then it's locked into the permit, and we get mitigation measures approved, and we can request monitoring reports.
Thanks for that, Craig.
Okay, I'm not seeing more hands. Oh, Councillor Hamilton, question?
Yeah, thanks. It's actually around clarity on this 3-meter high barrier, I believe. So the original proposal from Fortis did not include a significant noise mitigation. And then there was a conversation of them creating what they said was a $3 million wall for noise mitigation. Maybe that's 3 meters. Is there a noise mitigation bylaw, a noise mitigation wall included in this application? That was not clear to me.
that is the perimeter fencing that is proposed with visual impact mitigation where required for sightlines.
So no noise mitigation between the residential neighborhood and the laydown yard.
No, not to staff's understanding. It's they'll have to meet our noise bylaw, but we don't expect that there will be excessive noise requiring a noise mitigation during the hours when you're not allowed to make noise.
And regarding the advantage of the temporary use permit to be able to monitor the noise, it's my understanding that our noise bylaw is at its core complaints-based, and that we don't have a numerical threshold by which we can say, we can monitor the noise, say your noise has gone above this level, and therefore you violated the bylaw. So even in the presence of monitoring, we still rely on a complaints-based system. Is that true?
It's okay. We'll have Ms. Bailey come and address our noise bylaw in more detail.
Hi, Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering. Yes, that is true. It is a nuisance-based bylaw. We aren't monitoring noise during construction. As Mr. Belniscus mentioned, they must work within the noise bylaw hours, so typical construction hours that we see around town. If there was any request for working outside of that, they'd require an exemption permit, and we'd be looking a little bit more detail around their mitigation measures proposed.
Typically, when we provide noise bylaw, we can set various terms within that as so long as they, if we provide a noise exemption, we can look at the bylaw and applicable terms in relation to any noise mitigation plans that have been provided by the applicant, including thresholds that they've committed to.
One more addition. The applicants did provide a noise, essentially a noise management strategy with a set of recommendations, and the temporary use permit would implement essentially those recommendations.
Sorry, Ms. Mulligan, it seemed as if, I want to make sure I understood your response there. One interpretation could be that we were able to, if we wanted to, set numerical limits on noise. Did I understand that correctly or not?
No, we can hold the permit holder accountable to their own mitigations, not set our own noise levels.
And mitigations means the things they're doing to prevent the noise, not the actual ceasing of the noise.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks very much.
Okay, I think we're at a point, we've got about 10 minutes left in this topic where I might entertain a resolution to receive the report, and I'm probably go around clockwise for comments. You are definitely not obligated to comment at this point. We'll have some opportunity in the future, but you do have that opportunity. So should you so choose. So Mayor Herford, are you moving? Moves, and Councillor French seconds. Okay, I will start with comments. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I look forward to the next step in this process, which is the public hearing for the workforce accommodation. And thank you, staff, for all the work on this as a complex issue. And I think it was nearly 600 pages of documentation just on the workforce accommodation piece, which is which is a challenge to get through for anybody. But I think I enjoyed the conversation here, and I think I'm ready to hear from the community and move towards a decision on this topic. Look forward to those next steps. So thank you for all your work. I know it's not not easy, and I appreciate you taking us through this. So thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, anything to add at this point?
Yeah, thanks. Again, reiterating, thanks for working through these issues. There are very difficult questions in front of us. From my perspective, one of the difficult questions here is putting an existing business with a potential for longstanding contribution to our community at risk for a temporary use, and then how appropriate is it for us to put an industrial use, to allow an industrial use so close to a residential neighborhood. So these are two really important, I think, two really important things that fall within our jurisdiction, within our regulatory approval processes, and fall outside of the regulatory approval processes of others. So thanks very much, and I look forward to coming to decision on this.
Councillor Anderson.
I'd first like to express appreciation to staff's approach in the with respect to the intersection safety review. I see a really healthy scope and long-term thinking approach here. And in fact, even a roundabout is mentioned as a concept, and that is a very important idea, I believe. It's very unusual in BC to see a roundabout implemented on a highway like this, but it's not unusual in other jurisdictions. Holistic and long-term thinking is essential for dealing with this intersection. We must think of our long-term work with the Squamish Nation and Squamish Canyon to alleviate the intersection issues, and that involves advocacy with MOTI. So we need to not only, we need to avoid thinking too narrowly about this project at this particular time. It's a long-term project. There's reference to the difficulty of enforcing certain traffic mitigation measures. This isn't unique to this project. Another example is Scott Crescent. Long time we've discussed this with staff and in the community about how are we going to enforce the use of that Scott Crescent Highway 99 intersection. Are people going to be using the Shell station or the Rose Park intersection as shortcuts? We don't know. So that difficulty is not unique here. Finally, with respect to the Squamish Canyon and Fortis interface, these are described in the staff report as operational issues. They may be difficult and frustrating, but they're not existential issues, we would hope. And so we can also trust, or hopefully, that all parties are committed to the necessary communications and dialogue to optimally resolve those operational issues. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Speaking in support of the recommendation, our staff is simply asking us to accept this thorough and detailed and well thought out report so that we can get on with making a decision about these two temporary use permits. Our task today is very simple. So I support receiving the report so that we can get to the next step, which is the public hearing on Wednesday, September the 25th. So that we can hear from those who feel that they're impacted by these temporary use permits. So I'm voting in favor of the staff recommendation.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'll speak in favor of receiving this report and reiterate once again that my concerns for the TUPs remain impact on local business, i.e. Squamish Canyon. There is no denying that these uses come at the risk of negatively impacting this fledgling ecotourism business, which is likely to have long-term assets, be a long-term asset and be of long-term benefit to our community, as Councillor Hamilton has pointed out. Impacts on the Valley Cliff residents backing onto the laydown yard, impacts on our residents in general with increased traffic on the Mamquam FSR, in particular with the number of personal vehicles that they are suggesting. And of course, increased risk to our women, girls, Two-Spirited and Indigenous people, in particular those residing on or near Capilano campus, especially with the current absence of a gender and cultural safety plan. Having taken part in Woodfiber's Gender and Cultural Safety Committee, I am keenly aware of the risks that these camps pose to the members of our community, and I am deeply concerned. And I'm also really sick of hearing that being relayed to us through media and social media as council's opinion. These are facts. These are facts. Additionally, I'm deeply concerned that the temporary workforce accommodation and temporary use permit will not, in fact, reduce the impact this project is currently having on our housing stock, as there are no assurances that these units will return to our rental pool, or that it will reduce the impact on the occupancy of our temporary accommodations. And those are my comments that I have made. Oh, and the liquor license. But these are the comments that I've made several times now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion that's on the floor to continue to move this process along. in some ways, I wish that we would be able to make a decision today because I think that there continues to be, while there's good work being done by staff and the proponent, there hasn't been a huge amount of change since we saw this. And so I think, as I urged my council colleagues a year ago to just make a decision, I am similarly frustrated that we are here today and with additional pressure by the proponent stating that the timeline is running out. And I don't think that that is a fault of this council. I don't think that's a fault of our staff. I think that there is a lack of innovation and responsiveness on behalf of the proponent to actually address some of the issues that continuously be raised or have been raised for 2 years now. While I do see some progress being made on some issues in minor ways, especially around the laydown yard, my main question as we move this forward is a commitment by Fortis that they would actually require the 200 plus workers that are currently living in community to move into workforce accommodation. That remains a question for me, despite, thank you, Ms. Mulligan, reading the specific wording of the EAC certificate. I think that there's a question around residency and exceptions that could be made. We've heard from Fortis that they can't require people to leave their personal vehicles at home. So I would be remiss without a commitment that they would be able to actually move their workers from existing tenancy agreements or purchasing, whatever they've done for those 200 workers in community, and move them into a workforce accommodation. And so some reasons, or in some ways, without that commitment, I actually think that this whole discussion may be mute, let alone the impact of the construction timeline for next year's requirement for the June construction timeline. So those are my concerns going into the following portions of this, specifically around the workforce yard, especially around the temporary workforce accommodation, that I would like some answers to ensure that it's actually going to be useful time for both our staff and the proponent to move this forward. Because if those workers are not moving into the workforce accommodation, I think it's kind of a moot point. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll add my 2 cents. I will be supporting the motion to receive the report. Look forward to the public hearing, but like my colleagues, I share the frustration that we have given this proponent enormous leeway to listen to council and the community and respond adequately. And we've just gone through a process with Woodfibre, who it seems have still not applied for a necessary temporary use permit. But even in them, their proponents, they have articulated mitigations that are absolutely necessary in the case of a work camp that were very important to make this their flotel happen, that they identified as necessary and things to be celebrated. I'm not seeing any of that from Fortis, and so why I would facilitate something that their own project partners say is necessary, I'm struggling with, and so they have a couple weeks. Maybe they can find a way to address that. I'm not comfortable, given the lack of accountability mechanisms we have, to rely on waiting for things until occupancy. Maybe there's an argument before DP or BP on some things, but probably my preference is before issuing a TUP in the first place. Maybe there's some discussion to be held there. I need an understanding of verifiable, enforceable change to housing stock if this is to be come to pass, and not just in terms of workers, but their dependents. I understand there are transient families that are at issue here, and this isn't a case of who should or shouldn't be in the town. It's understanding the impacts and the change we see if this is approved or not. Fortis thus far has demonstrated a very low regard for the impact on our housing in our community, and it's really frustrating. And so for that reason, there's not a lot of trust here. I want to see hard, concrete numbers, verifiable things. I think our job is consistency with community direction, aspiration, as outlined in our OCP. We've heard that, this is a unique project, so unique rules apply, but that can't mean we throw out our community goals and aspirations. Maybe it doesn't meet the letter of the law, but we accept it if it drives our community towards the OCP, I think. And so I look for Fortis to, when it comes to public hearing, to show how it's driving community aspirations forward. It's not clear to me at this point why we would take that to mean that we can't have unique noise constraints, unique lighting constraints parking and vehicle constraints that match what our community goals are and aspirations. And we may have to tailor how we do it, but I think those things, to my mind, still need to hold. And so I would appreciate the public hearing understanding that consistency with our OCP, which I'm not quite clear on at this point. And one final thing I will highlight, and so I think there's a bunch of conditions to go along with that, and maybe we'll get into that at the public hearing if we get there. Just want to reiterate that the concerns I hear about policing are not about camp security and officers in the camp. It is about the interaction of camp workers en masse in the community, especially on weekends and time off, and how we manage that. And so I'm not clear on how the conditions in the permit address that, and some clarity on how those issues would be addressed, or if they can't, maybe that's important information, but understanding that will be important to my decision making in a couple weeks. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thanks to staff. That was a lot of work. So where we are now, do we get a break?
2 minutes behind.
Okay, not bad. So fairly good work, everyone. We will be back. We'll take a recess until 11:45. Thanks, everyone. And thanks for joining us, Councillor Stoner.
Thanks for having us. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are on to the active transportation update for our committee of the whole for Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. I'll turn it over to Mr. McMurty to lead the presentation.
Great. Thank you. All right. So yeah, thanks for having me here today. I'm Brent McMurty. I'm the manager of transportation and yeah, providing an update on active transportation.
And I apologize. On my sheet here it says McMurty, which I thought was weird. I went with it.
No worries. I've been called
McMurty.
lots of things,
Okay.
so it's that works. McMurty. But so a quick agenda. Going to provide a bit of a look back. Some of the projects, both capital and planning projects that were completed in 2023, and then a look forward with projects that are underway and some updates on some of the major projects as well. So starting a look back. 2023, there were 3 major active transportation projects that were completed. There's a new sidewalk added on Perth Drive between Pia Road and the Boulevard. The Discovery Trail was extended through Dentville to Carson Place, and Highlands Way South, there's new protected bike lanes added between Mamcram Road and the Boulevard. Some nice photos here. So it's showing this new sidewalk that is on the west side of Perth Road, providing a connection to the elementary school in the Highlands. This is the new Discovery Trail section that provides a connection from the existing Discovery Trail north and south of this through the high school. And then a photo of Highlands Way South, so showing the protected bike lane and some new street trees, which will grow and be much more beautiful in the future on Highlands Way South. So nice additions to our ever-growing active transportation network. Some planning projects were also worked on through 2023. So there's the Transportation Master Plan and a all ages and abilities route study, which was looking at a recommended route on the west side of Highway 99. And I'll provide a little bit of information on those as well. So the Transportation Master Plan, it started in 2022, but a lot of the work was completed in 2023 and continuing today. So one of the pieces sort of focused on active transportation is highlighting the first round of engagement, which was completed in 23, really highlighted the community's continued desire for improved active transportation facilities to provide a safe and connected network for people to travel throughout our community. We are currently sharing our draft plan with the broader community, and our second round of public engagement is going to be completed this week. And I'll be back to share what is in that draft plan with you guys later this fall. The all ages and abilities route feasibility study was identifying this route to act as kind of the corridor trail on the west side of the highway between downtown and Don Ross Secondary. And there was 2 key recommendations that were landed on through that study. The first is to continue to use the Discovery Trail and upgrade the Discovery Trail to be the primary AAA route on the west side of the highway south of the Mamcram River to downtown, and then to add a new 2A facility on the east side of Government Road north of the Mamcram River. And the next slide here. So the recommendation on the section north of the Mamcram River is to use a quick build approach to construct this facility on the east side of Government Road with consideration with high capital costs. This is the way that we can get a connected network that is still safe and comfortable. And then the study also recommended moving towards the ultimate design, which would add sidewalks, but retain that bidirectional protected bike lane on the east side of the street in the future and kind of constructed through redevelopment. So instead of taking on the full length of the corridor as a district-led initiative, that there will be an opportunity to leverage redevelopment along the corridor. So there's a lot of different trade-offs that were considered in landing on this recommendation. Like I said, capital costs, maintenance costs, connectivity to major trip generators, including the existing network, schools, neighborhood nodes throughout this section of our community. And there wasn't really a perfect solution, but this is a solution that was landed on as the best option to provide a network that's connected and safe for all, but still balancing kind of the high capital costs of a long corridor as well. And we're seeking council endorsement of the AAA route study with this report to council. So moving on to a look forward. So there is a number of minor active transportation infrastructure projects that are being advanced this year, and many of these are well underway. The corridor trail lighting is being continued, and this will pretty much finalize the lighting of the corridor trail. So the last section here from Clark Drive to Valley Drive is being added this year. There's a corridor trail extension along Tantalus Road that was delivered through the Garibaldi Springs project. Some smaller projects, Judd Road, there's a new bike lane. You can see a picture of my daughter there using that Judd Road bike lane. And then Government Road crosswalk. So there's a number of crosswalk improvements that are currently under design, and we're looking to implement the first of those in front of the Watershed Grill before the end of the year. So major projects that had been identified in the 2024 financial plan included the Victoria Street Protected Bike Lane project. This was previously planned for construction in 2024, and the project was in the budget with $1.5 million allocated towards it. When the first design was advanced, our initial cost estimate was double that at $3 million. And so as a department, we paused to reassess what the best path forward was for this project, and have continued to work with our consultants to advance a lower cost option that has brought the cost of the project down to just under $1.8 million. And just wanted to highlight in the sort of cost overruns as shown here, this budget was requested in advance of design being developed, which is sort of not the preferred process, and a bit of a legacy of how our department had previously managed with insufficient staff. And so as we're working forward, we're really working towards the goal of having projects advanced and designed before they're put in for a capital request. So it's a bit of a lag, and it'll take a little bit of time for us to get there, but that's a bit of a sort of look back at some of the challenges that's created in the past. Just highlight a couple of the changes between the higher cost option and the lower cost option, which is the recommendation. So the higher cost option required full reconstruction of the street, including sidewalks, landscaped areas, street lights. So pretty much from property line to property line would be reconstructed, and a cross section of that is shown on the left of the screen. The recommended option focuses our resources to reconstructing the protected bike lane and maintaining existing sidewalk, curbs, and furnishing zones wherever possible. Our reconstruction is focused at intersections where we'll be able to increase accessibility features for people who are walking at those intersections with limited landscaping and street lighting improvements. This project still maintains a fully separated bike lane all the way from Loggers Lane to 3rd Avenue, which is the same extent as the higher cost option, and is about $1.8 million. On to Depot Road, which was the second project that had previously been planned for 2024 construction. So this was originally planned with sidewalks and separated bike lanes. Based off the cost estimates that were developed for the Victoria Street project, the design approach has changed to using more of a quick build approach to focus on safe and active routes to school and improvements on the north side of the Depot Road corridor between Highway 99 and Government Road. So this is a similar approach to the existing facility on Government Road north of Depot Road. There's a physically separated multi-use path that we are proposing to add on the north side of the street, and new crosswalks with flashing beacons to provide access for folks who are on the south side of the street at the intersections along the corridor. There's an opportunity to retain some shoulder parking on the south side of the street. And this quick build design has been developed in a way that it'll align with the alternate cross section, which is shown at the bottom of this screen here, that can be constructed through redevelopment or as there's different opportunities to advance the construction along the corridor. So our cost estimate for this corridor is just over $1.5 million. and we're anticipating a phased implementation, which I'll speak a little bit more about in the budget section. This is just a photo showing this existing multi-use path on Governor Road north of Depot Road. That is a little bit of the same approach that we're taking. So the report to council that was included in the agenda provided two different options that were considered as we were preparing kind of direction on these two major projects. So the first option, which is the recommended option, is to construct the lower cost Victoria Street protected bike lane in 2025 as shown, as well as constructing the lower cost Depot Road active transportation upgrades in 2025 and 2026. And the caveat of that is it's dependent on a grant application that is going to go in or we're planning to put in the coming weeks, and then to use the transportation master plan's prioritization for all future major projects. The second option, which isn't the recommendation, is to pause progress on existing major active transportation projects until the transportation master plan is completed, and that would delay construction of a major active transportation project until 2026 or later. Next slide, highlighting some of the budget implications of option one. So with option one, we're proposing to carry forward 1.1 million of funding that had been committed to Victoria Street for 2024, and then requesting an additional just under $700,000 in the 2025 budget, which includes $500,000 of unsecured grant funding. So the total budget for 2024 for Victoria had been 1.5 million, but that did include $400,000 of unsecured grant funding. The Depot Road project, we are requesting just under $900,000 for the first phase in 2025, which includes $500,000 of unsecured grant funding, and then the remaining just under $700,000 in 2026 to complete that project. If we're unsuccessful with the grant applications of both, the direction we would take is to construct Victoria regardless, and then to push the Depot Road project to be fully constructed in 2026, with funding to be confirmed through upcoming financial plan cycles. In addition to the capital expenses, we've consulted with our public works colleagues, and they've identified additional funds that are required for maintenance of the expanding active transportation network. So there's a bike lane street sweeper that is in the budget for 2026, and they are planning on requesting an additional 0.5 FTE for operation of that street sweeper in 2026 as well. And those two pieces will be confirmed through upcoming financial plan work. So with that, it brings me to the resolution. So the recommendation that the committee recommend to council, the council endorse the all ages and abilities route feasibility study and endorse option one of the active transportation update report from community development dated September 10th, 2024. And with that, I will turn it to committee for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Council. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And thanks for all your work on the active transportation. I think it's absolutely something we need to do more of. The option one seems to be is suggesting that the two projects, Victoria and Depot, move forward with the sort of the lower cost options. The option of excluding one, but putting the higher cost option, putting all the money into one project, do the ultimate in one, and then delaying the other has not been proposed. Why was not considered or put forward? Why was that not considered, and what drove you to suggesting two lower cost options as opposed to moving forward with one and pausing on another?
Yeah, great question through the chair. So, a lot of transportation is really network based, and it's important for us to think about all different areas of our community and ensuring that people are able to access those destinations that they're trying to access safely and in a way that allows them to choose the right mode. I think that when we considered what the different recommendations could be, that providing the main goal of the project was to provide fully separated all ages and abilities cycling facilities. And then secondary goals are around sort of streetscape improvements. And by using a lower cost implementation approach, we're able to achieve our first primary goal. I think that's something, as we are learning through this transportation master plan and continue to hear from community members, the desire for improved facilities in all parts of our neighborhood, that we will need to be prudent and confirm where we want to be spending limited capital dollars to build infrastructure to that ultimate state. And if there is an ability to build something that is lower cost at a slightly lower standard, my recommendation is that that's the process that we should proceed with.
Just on this topic, because I had a similar question, and to prevent us from bouncing around too much, if we weren't successful in the grants, I'm curious as to why we wouldn't use sort of just temporary-ish painted curbs to add a bike line to Victoria, and otherwise use any monies we have to do Depot Road to the quicker standard.
Yeah, through the chair. So there's unfortunately, other challenges. The way Victoria Street has been constructed so far, there's sections where reconstruction of curb extensions, so such at the Cleveland intersection, is required to fit in protected bike lanes. So even the recommended approach is using relatively low cost materials to separate bikes from where people are driving, and really reallocating space that is currently used for on-street parking. There still is a fairly significant amount of work that is required at intersections to be able to make that fit. So there just isn't space to only go with a low cost option and allow us to do both in 2025 if we're unsuccessful.
Okay, thanks. Please continue, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. A point, something that appeared in the images, the lower cost option appears to maintain hydro poles, where the higher cost option didn't have hydro poles. But I didn't see any conversation there. Do I understand correctly that the higher cost option includes undergrounding hydro lines along these bike routes?
Through the chair, so the example with the ultimate cross section showing hydro poles was on Depot Road, and I think the expectation would be that those hydro poles would be underground through redevelopment potentially, and the existing project or the existing hydro poles would be retained as a part of the lower cost treatment. The downtown Victoria Street project, there currently are no hydro lines along Victoria Street, so both projects would not have any hydro poles that are being considered.
Okay. Sorry, you said both projects, but along Depot still has the hydro poles, right?
Yeah, through the chair to clarify. Yeah, both Victoria Ultimate and the lower cost option would have similarly no hydro poles because there's none there today. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know this very well. It's obvious, but just to point out, it's when we leave our hydro poles there in the middle of the active transportation, it's definitely obviously not ideal. You know it's not ideal, but I do want to identify that it is a source of making cyclists feel less welcome and less likely to just get on that cycling route. And we see several of them. There was an image of one in the, you pointed that out, I'm sure intentionally. So yeah, undergrounding the hydro lines, I think it's an important piece, but yeah, it costs a lot of money. So it's a hard decision.
Thanks. I can provide a little bit more context to that as well. Sarah Bailey, Director of Engineering. The undergrounding through development is something that we are looking at as well. We have been working on defining a matrix for what it is we're requesting of development, and working with planning on the performer. Undergrounding is very expensive. There's also limitations from BC Hydro that they will not support undergrounding of one property at a time. So we have in the past taken cash in lieu for future undergrounding because BC Hydro won't let it happen one property. We need multiple properties to come ahead, but we are even reevaluating that requirement because it is so expensive. So putting the undergrounding on smallish developments is challenging. So there is, it's unfortunate we have that constraint, but it might be a constraint that we're continually dealing with. So bigger developments can handle that undergrounding, and certainly for downtown, it's mandatory. Outside of downtown, it's difficult to justify that cost for the length. So it's a tough one. Definitely something we want to see is undergrounding, but not always feasible.
It wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but in the staff report, there was a comment about active transportation not being a part of the new ACC proposal, the amenity cost charges proposal. Can you speak to that? Why not? It said because it's available for other sources of funding. What other sources of funding do we have for active transportation? And is there any way we can include it in our ACC bylaw?
Yeah, through the chair. So the ACC, and I'm not an expert on this, but the ACC legislation, my understanding is, as you noted, it's intended for amenities that don't have other revenue streams. And so development cost charges, which will still be applied on any new development project, have the ability to include transportation works. And so we have a roads DCC fund that has a number of projects that are identified, and that would continue to be the funding source. So we're currently in the process of updating our DCC bylaw, and we'll take the critical lens of what are these pieces of infrastructure that are important and ensure that we're capturing for that when we consider what our DCC rates are.
Yeah, sorry, and that triggers that follow-up. So does an all ages and ability separated bike lane, like the one we currently have along Loggers Lane between Brennan Park and the Adventure Center, is that considered a road?
So I don't believe that's within our district road right of way. There's a Parks DCC fund as well, or revenue source that can capture recreation facilities such as trails on parkland. So there are other DCC ways to capture or identify a contribution for a corridor like the corridor trail through that section.
Okay, Mayor Herford, did I see your hand?
Thank you. The in the report, there's sort of just a periphery mention of future major projects, including Third Avenue. But I wondered if you could speak to where that it's mentioned in both option 1 and option 2. But could you speak about what that refers to?
Yeah, through the chair. So Third Avenue had in the previous financial plan been identified as an upcoming active transportation project, and we've been working with consultants to advance designs. Part of our transportation master plan prioritization is to look at where do all of these different projects land as far as priorities through the community, and our plan and thinking is that is a good time to assess which projects we want to advance. The transportation master plan is looking at all types of projects, not just active transportation projects, and understanding that there's limited funding opportunities, and our DCC Roads Fund has limited reserves to fund some major projects. And so being critical that we are addressing the most pressing projects at the right time. And there will be an opportunity for council to provide feedback on prioritization and which projects need to rise to the top of the list as we bring the transportation master plan forward. So it had been identified, and our recommendation is to wait until the transportation master plan prioritization advances, and we can use that to confirm when the Third Avenue project should be advanced.
Okay, that makes sense from like a sort of a process perspective. I'm wondering, I've been viewing the Third Avenue transportation upgrade as where we see the concerns of the seniors at West Winds to be addressed, sort of in like a finished state of that sort of precinct. And I wondered, this is a bit maybe adjacent to this conversation, just how those, if there are any improvements that staff are seeing anywhere for those particular concerns in the interim while we look at that larger capital investment and the timing of that for the length or a length of Third Avenue and just yeah, where does that get captured, and can you give us some insight into that here today?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question. The concerns around traffic safety and speeding on Third Avenue, focused in front of the West Winds building, is something that we are coming forward with a updated traffic calming policy that is scheduled to come to council later this fall, which will provide a bit of direction as far as how do we make decisions for corridors where there's perceived road safety concerns, and included in our budget request is money that will support some traffic calming improvements. There's a lot of requests throughout our community, and it's something we're also working on a speed limit reduction study that will help us ensure that we're designing streets at the speed at which they should be considered. And so these pieces layer on top, but through that there may be opportunities for some lower cost improvements as an interim that would align with the timing of when a major capital project would be able to add the full streetscape into the future.
Okay, thank you. So just for extra clarity, the prioritization laid out in the timing sort of discussed in this report around Third Avenue doesn't necessarily preclude other steps in the interim. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, I look forward to that future conversation. I'll leave that in the future category. So thank you.
Okay, I'll go to a couple of questions of my own. One, and just sort of, I guess, in the minor changes, I get a number of people asking, why aren't we closing Cleveland more often? And I'm not sure if this is maybe better to answer to another similar discussion, but that comes up a lot. I think people, from my sense, have really enjoyed when the street's been closed in the farmer's market or whatever's happening. Are we thinking about that in this context and how we might see more sort of pedestrian cyclist activation of our downtown streets, or are we sort of comfortable with the level we're at now? Or
yeah, through the chair. So great questions and definitely important considerations. I think that transportation master plan is really the place where there are draft actions that speak to pedestrianization of some of our commercial areas and considerations around how we schedule events and what our future looks like. So I think that's a better place to have that conversation, but there's definitely our team is considering those ideas and thoughts and trying to balance those with how people are traveling through our community currently.
okay, thanks. And this may have a similar answer then, but I'm just wondering, as we get to more mobility devices, sort of a wider variety and different power mechanisms and different types of paths with different rules, different symbols, and all kinds of things that people aren't familiar with. Do we have a sense yet, and maybe this is, again, transportation master plan, of our role in education and signage and our investment in that? Or is that sort of coming with that discussion, or?
Yeah, through the chair. So there's a few different pieces there and some active work that's ongoing as well. So part of this package of the traffic calming, speed limit reduction, the third piece of that was looked at the same time is a e-mobility policy brief. And so that's something that we're planning to bring to council this fall. And with some of the concerns that we've heard through the community around unsafe behavior or perceived unsafe behavior with people using different e-mobility devices We've been working with communications and the RCMP to understand how we can inform and educate our community and ensure that we're continuing to make people understand what the risks as well as what the legislation allows us to do. So there are some future acts that are independent from the Transportation Master Plan, but we also recognize that, yeah, finding different ways for people to move on smaller electric devices is something that we're supportive of in the transportation team as far as alternatives to people driving cars. So it'll continue to take time to educate and ensure that we have proper signage and enforcement, but we're working with the appropriate parties to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, on that note, as we're kind of shifting towards more active transportation, I was wondering what resources the district is allocating to educating the public, like how to signal properly, how to use intersections on a bicycle, how to pass people, using your bell, also having bells available for sale in town. Like it's stuff like this that's like, seriously, it's such an issue because I commute on my bike and you need a bell, you know? Anyways, but just kind of the important pieces of like how to be a good cyclist in your community.
Yeah, through the chair, definitely important comments and considerations. And I'd say currently not an area that we have had the resources to invest a lot of time and energy in. We support the Go by Bike Week both in the fall and in the spring, which is a province-wide led initiative, but we locally and traditionally it's been supported through our sustainability team to run education stations, which allow people to talk to different folks who can share that information. It's, I think, important for us to continue to build relationships with the school district and the RCMP and ensure that we're consistent with our education as well. And so something that is on my radar, but I struggle to figure out where to put all of my time and energy. And so that it's hasn't always been the top priority to create a dedicated education campaign. I think that as e-mobility devices become potentially something that is we have clear direction on how to move forward, there would be a great opportunity to partner a more dedicated education campaign with that piece. So it's sometime probably 2025.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And yeah, this question is going a little bit away from explicitly what we're asking about in this conversation, but it's related to communication about our active transportation policies and bylaws. The provincial default standard speed limit on a bikeway, on a bike lane, is 20 kilometers an hour. Do we have, we are allowed as a municipality to set that speed limit differently. Are we, do we have any intention, perhaps through our speed limit reduction studies, I don't know if that's confined just to roads or through our transportation master plan, to consider either posting speed limits so that our community knows that there is actually a provincial suggested speed limit on a bike path, or implementing our own speed limit on that bike path that on bike paths that differ from the provincial standard.
Yeah, through the chair, as it's not something that we've considered so far through our speed limit reduction study. And as far as I know, hasn't been any work to contemplate modifying the provincial legislation. The piece around enforcement is something that I also struggle with, is if we are posting speed limit signs, it kind of relays the message that that's something that we need to be enforcing to ensure that we are keeping people accountable. And I'm not sure if that's the best use of enforcement dollars that are spent in the district, but an interesting consideration. So not something that we're currently thinking about.
Mayor Herford, and then maybe we'll entertain a resolution.
Yeah, thank you. On the the all ages and abilities route, the feasibility there. I was wondering about something that didn't really jump out at me is how the existing corridor trail that eventually comes over the highway plays into the whole sort of ecosystem of our active transportation network, and how it does now and how it could or should going forward. So the alignment there, I think, and how these things sort of interact is important. Can you speak to that piece and how staff's sort of viewing those things coming together and what role each plays and maybe their different functions? Or I just can't, just like looking for some clarity there.
Yeah, through the chair. So in our evaluation, we looked at connections to the existing active transportation network, and with the corridor trail currently connecting along Centennial Way to the south side of the Mamquam Bridge on Government Road, we see a logical place for a two-way facility to provide a connection at that point. And then further north along the west side of the corridor, there are overpasses that connect the Mamquam Elementary School over to the Garibaldi Village, and then another overpass in Brackendale. And so thinking of different connection points that will allow those shorter distance trips or people to use their preferred corridor to travel along the route. So it was part of the evaluation. There wasn't a lot of additional consideration as far as what other improvements or upgrades to those connections will be needed. But I think our transportation master plan speaks to sort of ensuring that there's strong east-west connections between kind of two corridor or two spine trails that run on either side of the highway.
Okay, so in the so what we see there in the corridor trail ending at what is that Eagle Run Drive intersection roughly, the east end of Eagle Run Drive, is that considered the terminus of that project, or is there also an alignment being explored somewhere for continuation of that piece on either side of the highway, or just where does that fit?
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. So through the chair, that's an area where, once again, the Transportation Master Plan kind of exceeds the work that's being done in this all ages and abilities route study. We have identified in the Transportation Master Plan a future trail alignment, but haven't defined exactly where that would be. So to continue north from where the corridor trail currently terminates, with future access to Alice Lake and beyond, and thinking about what access could look like south of where the terminus is currently at Valley Road as well. So those are considerations that are included in the Transportation Master Plan, but not a specific route has been identified. So that's something that a follow-up study would need to confirm and understand what that might look like, and if there's opportunities within the MOTI right of way as well. So yeah, future work.
Okay, thank you. That's all the context I need for the decision that's in front of us. So appreciate that.
Okay, Council, we have a resolution to endorse, recommending that we endorse the all abilities and ages and abilities route feasibility study and option 1 of the active transportation update. Mayor, are you making that motion? Councillor Anderson seconds. Mayor, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate being presented with the option to wait and to look at the outcome of the transportation master plan. But I think this, I agree with staff's assessment that option 1 of having the most impact that we can as early as possible is sort of is totally appropriate. We've heard from the one on Depot Road in particular, we've heard from the community for a long time that it's a challenge, and that used to be my route to school in elementary school, so it's been a challenge the whole time. So I think some improvements there are much needed. And the Victoria piece, people may not necessarily see it as high a priority, but with the change that's coming to our community with the new pedestrian bridge from the Sea and Sky development coming online, maybe as early as end of the year, Q1 next year, somewhere in that timeline, it's about to dump a lot of folks directly onto Victoria. And I think it's wholly appropriate that we take the actions that we can to ensure that goes well. So I appreciate that alignment. And as far as the route, all ages and abilities route feasibility work goes, a lot of great recommendations there. And I think it also as well recognizes the changes that will be coming on, I guess it's Pioneer Way, when all the alignments, when everything sort of starts clicking together there. So I think, yeah, I agree with the assessments there. I look forward to the improvements. And I remember a time not that long ago where there were not bike paths on either side of Government Road to get to Brackendale. So it's great to see this work advancing. So thank you very much.
Councillor Anderson.
I have no hesitation in supporting the staff recommendation and including the element of the Victoria Street initiative that has been presented to us before by Ms. Gunn. And I think the thinking there is clear as per the mayor's remarks. The terms of reference for the consultant here was a north-south bike route on the west side of Highway 99. The terms of reference for the engagement with the public was how people currently travel north-south within Squamish. The corridor trail is now 15 years old. And in 2008, a big public meeting was held by the district at the Sea to Sky Hotel, and a delegation arrived from Valleycliff and Hospital Hill to point out that we need to also give attention to east-west connectivity, and in particular, the safety issues of the Valleycliff Trail. So that trail was not really addressed in the present active transportation plan, nor was it addressed in the prior to that, the Safe Routes to School initiative. All it did was identify a safety issue on a map. It didn't provide solution. There is reference here in this report to lighting of the corridor trail from Clark Drive south to Valley Drive. There would be something wrong with this picture if that initiative were to be followed through on before the Valleycliff Trail safety issue is addressed. And that is namely on the west end of the trail, the steep slope coming down to meet Scott Crescent. That issue is 15 years old. There was a fire that took out the bridge, or sorry, the stairs, the wood stairs that existed at that time. So I have some issues with prioritization if that were to be prioritized ahead of that long-standing issue. The issues of the Valleycliff Trail are on district property. The district purchased the two sites in question in 2012 for active transportation purposes. I hope that, Mr. McMurty, you mentioned that some prioritization needs to wait for the Transportation Master Plan. I hope the Valleycliff Trail would not be in that situation and that we can see a project plan sooner rather than later. The lesson here is that we've left, or we should not have left, such a key pedestrian trail and routes to schools, 3 schools, to a land development agreement with an out-of-town developer whose representatives have never understood the problem. I'm speaking frankly, and I'm repeating myself from past speeches on this topic. I would also point out that there are other issues for the corridor trail, namely drainage on the Highway 99 bridge over the Macklemore Channel. It freezes in the wintertime, and that's on both approaches, but on the bridge itself, which of course is not in our jurisdiction. That might perhaps be brought out. Finally, my curling club buddies that are in the blasting business tell me that there are new methods that might be applied to the pinch point across from the Shell station at the bottom of Harborview Drive, and they're convinced that they may have a solution with new methods. Perhaps we might address that in the general scope of the Transportation Master Plan. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing more hand. Oh, Councillor Greenlaw.
Are you talking about on the connector trail? Yes, hard yes. That spot needs to be widened. I take that active transportation route every time I come to council, and I usually am ankle deep in water in that spot too, which is less fun in the winter months. Anyways, I just want to say thanks for the presentation and the report, and I will endorse the all ages and abilities route feasibility study. I think that's really important work, and we have so many young riders in our community, and we're trying to both encourage everybody to move on to bikes and also encourage community safety and accessibility. So I think that's really, really important stuff to work on. And on that note, I'm just going to put a plug in there for having mirrors underneath the blind channel bridge. I know there's been some issues with vandalism there, but it's really, it's such an important access point to downtown as it connects our downtown to our lovely connector trail. And from a safety perspective, it helps avoid collisions on those two 90-degree corners, but also as a woman who often walks alone at night, it feels a lot safer when there's mirrors there. And we don't want to see, again, we don't want to see safety impeding people's ability to access our active transportation networks. I'll also speak in favor of option one. I think these are both key projects to move forward on, especially on Depot, where we've heard, again, a lot of safety concerns about pedestrian safety and cyclists. And so I think it's really important that we listen to our community and move forward on that. And I also wanted to build on some of Councillor Anderson's comments about the connectivity to Valleycliff and Hospital Hill, because I'm quite concerned about the impacts that the Red Bridge development is going to have, especially with these new access. And, you know, obviously it's not something that we're going to activate right now. I just think it's something that we need to keep on our radar, because their new road access, their modified road access plans are going to negatively impact kind of both and the only two active transportation access points for Hospital Hill anyways, and potentially impact Valleycliff. Anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the report and the all ages and abilities route feasibility study. Seems like a sensible study to endorse. The only thing I sort of am disappointed about with the option one is the word delay in any of it. I know that we want more money to do more things right now. I think that this conversation and this report has certainly signaled something for me, that we don't have clear, dependable funding mechanisms for active transportation. By putting things into ACCs, some things into ACCs and some things into DCCs, either in parks or roads, one of our challenges is that as we collect these in-kind contributions, cash contributions, we say, okay, here's the $3 million budget that this thing is going to cost right now. So we're going to collect, I don't know, $1 million to be able to do that in 10 years' time. In 10 years' time, this project is now $6 million, and we only have $1 million or $2 million to do it. So I have concerns and reservations that our our ACC bylaw is going to fall into the same trap that our DCCs has come into, where we're collecting money at rates of current spend, but we're going to have to spend that money a decade down the road, at which point it will be insufficient. So that's not a conversation for today, but hopefully something we can try to address somehow. Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm happy to support the recommendation. I will do want to, and I said it before, I think, but really appreciate it. And I'm excited seeing the number of users on Highlands Way, and in terms of all ages and abilities, the variety of people, and then the sort of mono wheels and skateboards and bikes and motorized wheelchairs. As myself, a pedestrian and a cyclist, the changes are great. And it's really fantastic to see what we're able to achieve when we make these, I think, good investments. Notwithstanding that, I would make, and I know we do, but I think, you know, I see a lot of pride that staff takes in their work, and I'm sure there's some hesitation. I would assume there's some hesitation to put up something that seems like it doesn't look very nice, but let's not lose the sight of the practical. If it's ugly, quick and dirty, I think there's so much demand and drive for these things. Let's not be afraid to do that, even as interim measures. Highlands Way is beautiful, and I hope we can continue that, whether or not it's always that beautiful. I'm glad to hear that the transportation master plan will catch up on some of the topics we hear about that we haven't gotten into today. I think, you know, Westway, Skyline Drive, there's a few others that we hear a lot about. And so hopefully we'll hear about some things we can do to address some of those. The community support for this is just fantastic. And so there's a real opportunity for this council. And I take my colleague's point about struggling to find a good, solid funding source, but we have a real opportunity to really drive this forward with strong community support because it's there right now. The one final piece I want to highlight that I understand that education around driving and cycling and so on is normally left to schools and RCMP. But if we want this to be as successful as I think we all do, we probably do need to prioritize a lot more education and signage because it is really complex. Even myself, as someone who uses it a fair bit, keeping track of all the different kinds of lanes and paths and rules and signs and markings and whatnot. And so I think unless we make an investment there, we'll see some more friction than we need to see. But overall, this is really exciting. I wish we could do 10 times as much, but I've seen to what the budget is looking like, starting to look like. And so we need to have some control of ourselves. But yeah, it's a fantastic work. So thank you very much. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And with that, council, we will recess until I'm going to be a little bit mean and say 1:30. I'm going to hold us to the 1:30 timeline. So we'll lose 5 minutes. So eat your dessert quicker. See you soon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch break. And we are now on to the official community plan update, the 2025 scoping. This is the committee of the whole for Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. I'll turn it over to our senior planner, Ms. McJanet, to introduce the topic.
Great. Good afternoon, Council and community. Great to be here. Sarah McJanet, planner with the Planning Department, joined by Jonas Velaniskis, Senior Director, Community Development, and also Matt Gunn, another planner, may be joining us online shortly. So early pre-planning is underway for a mandated housing target focused amendment to the district's OCP to fulfill provincial legislation and housing needs report regulation. So the staff report that we prepared for you presents the proposed focus of the mandated amendments to be made in 2025, along with legislative requirements for engagement. And staff are seeking council endorsement for the scope, and we welcome questions and any early input in the pre-planning phase that's happening currently. And this is in advance of bylaw amendment preparations and consultation activities next year. First and foremost, quick recap, our OCP is the community's long-range 25-year plan and policy foundation guiding our evolution. The plan was comprehensively updated and adopted in 2018 following a really intensive 2-year community-wide engagement process. And over the last 6 years, we've undertaken a number of periodic amendments to the plan over time, including addition of rental tenure policy, sub-area plan integration, new development area guidelines, such as for wildfire, and our climate action targets. And then further in the last year, we've done additional OCP amendments to revise development permit area guidelines related to multi-unit development, accessibility, environmental protection, etc., to align housing legislation and the Squamish Housing Action Plan adopted in 2019. So this is very much a living plan. We've set intention to revise and review and update the OCP every 5 to 10 years. But with the comprehensive rewrite that we did in 2018, as well as all these additional plan amendments, on the whole, the OCP continues to provide durable guidance for us. A full plan re-review and major update is not proposed for several more years in 2028 based on our current work plans. However, these mandatory amendments proposed in 2025 are necessary to fulfill the provincial housing needs report regulation as discussed. And so I'm just going to briefly remind you about the required housing content, and then I'll expand quickly on the updated requirements for aligning the OCP with our housing needs reports. So pursuant to the Local Government Act, local government OCPs must include the location, amount, type, and density of residential development to meet anticipated housing needs for a period now of at least 20 years. And we also have to include policies respecting affordable housing, rental housing, and special needs housing, and consideration of the most recent housing needs report when we are amending our OCP. So our latest housing needs report prepared with the first legislative requirements for housing needs reports was completed in 2023. And it identifies existing and projected gaps in housing supply, and it informs our housing action strategies and our ongoing land use planning and regulation review. And so subsequent to our 2023 housing needs report completion, the province has introduced additional mandated requirements for local government. So this is under the Homes for People program. The province passed in 2023 the following bills that you see on the screen to support expansion of housing supply within BC. So bills 44 that deals with small scale multi-unit housing as well as proactive planning. Bill 46 that deals with development, expanding development cost charges and new tools for amenity cost charges, as well as transit-oriented development facilitation under Bill 47. So in particular, Bill 44, the proactive planning, that shifts municipalities towards greater proactive and long-term planning for housing. So we're now required to complete and update our housing needs report to identify the total number of housing units to meet community housing needs in the next 5 years, as well as anticipated housing for the next 20 years following a very prescribed standardized methodology. And then furthermore, we must extend these housing needs and targets within our OCPs and align our zoning bylaws accordingly. So what does this mean specifically? Firstly, we've been directed to prepare an interim housing needs report by January 1st, 2025. And that's, again, using this prescribed methodology to identify our 5 and 20-year housing need. This is underway, being led by Senior Planner Matt Gunn. Municipalities must then update their OCPs and zoning bylaws by December 31, 2025 to accommodate the number of housing units identified. So this is the pre-planning that's underway with proposed bylaw preparation and engagement planning programming in early 2025. So following this, for Council's awareness, the next regular housing needs report, it will be due by December 31, 2028, and corresponding updates to our OCP and bylaws will be required by December 31, 2030. So that feels like a long time away, but it's just this continuous updating process that's required. And so essentially the keynote here is that reports and updates must be completed every 5 years on or before December 31 thereafter. So this update cycle is timed to correspond with each census data release for information. So in summary, in addition to the OCP, the mandated OCP updates to align housing policies with our new housing needs report, there is also an opportunity that we've highlighted to include legislative amendments that are required by member municipalities following regional growth strategy amendments that are being undertaken. So at Council's last regular meeting last week, you received a notice in the correspondence about the SLRD's regional growth strategy minor amendment process that's underway. So there's some proposed policy amendments under Goal 3, affordable housing, and Goal 11, climate action, and some review of indicators as well where necessary. So these, as we understand from the regional district staff, these are largely text and housekeeping amendments and to align policy and best practices from existing member municipality OCP and climate action plans. And so they don't involve development applications. They're not land-based. And so we're working to provide comment right now to the SLRD for the October deadline. There's first reading of the RGS minor amendment that we understand is scheduled in November 2024. And then once, subject to that RGS amendment process concluding, we would then look to align our own regional context statement and OCP with that. So that's just an opportunity to bring that in to this next OCP update. So items A and B that you see on the screen, these are considered the minimum required scope for amending the OCP by the year end of 2025. In terms of consultation, so required consultation during development, repeal, or amendment of an OCP, it's set out in the legislation, Section 475 of the Local Government Act. We have to specifically consider whether consultation is required with regional district boards, adjacent districts, adjacent municipalities, First Nations, school boards, and provincial and federal governments and agencies. And so this is engagement that's required or consultation that's required in addition to a public hearing. So in the report before you, we've recommended that the scope for the OCP consultations be with Skwxwú7mesh Uxwumixw, Squamish Nation, the SLRD, and Sea to Sky municipalities, as well as School District 48 and the community. And so proposed targeted engagement, it aligns with the mandated nature and the tight focus and timeline of the proposed OCP amendments. We'd also do some community-wide OCP planning. We've detailed that high level in the report. It would follow our IAP2 framework for engagement and our inclusion strategy. And staff will be working closely with our comms in-house engagement specialists as well as advisors to co-create a mix of both passive, informational, as well as interactive outreach and engagement activities, along with some focus sessions with our housing stakeholders. So subject to council input and endorsement of this scope for the update, and following receipt of the housing needs report at the year end of 2024, staff would then will prepare OCP amendment background materials and a draft bylaw that we would bring forward to council for review in 2025 before we get going with more extensive community engagement. So just to summarize here, this is the timeline, our proposed timeline for initiating and completing housing needs report focused OCP amendments in 2025. So this fall, as mentioned, staff are preparing this interim housing needs report. It's essentially an addenda to our 2023 housing needs report. This will follow the provincial guidance and the methodology, and then this will be presented to council before the year end this year, such that the report can be received by council and then published. That's the requirement, that it be published to the district's website by January 1, 2025. And then this winter, subject to council endorsement today, we would move through the additional steps as noted on the slide. So drafting the OCP amendment and engaging with our intergovernmental consultations, as well as the broader public engagement activities, looking to the fall of 2025 for bylaw readings, public hearing, and adoption, essentially. So the recommendations in front of council today are as follows. Firstly, that the committee receive the scoping report for information. Number two, we're seeking endorsement of the proposed scope for the OCP update in 2025 with mandated housing needs focus as described in the staff report. And finally, directing staff to proceed with engagement planning and to bring forward the first draft of the bylaw for consideration and endorsement at a future council meeting. That is essentially subject to council receiving the interim report. So I'll close there and welcome council questions and discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And just before I open up to council, just if I can ask clarity on one of the dates. You talked about a more comprehensive OCP update in 2028. Now, following our last time when it took about 2 years, is that proposed starting in 2026 to approve in 2028, or start it in 2028, looking for approval around 2030 maybe?
Yes, so in attachment 1 in the staff report, we do highlight another 24-month, 2-year fulsome OCP update process, which would pre-planning. So that is scheduled to start in 2028 with some pre-planning that, would start to happen towards the end of 2027.
Okay, thank you. So council questions, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. I really liked seeing attachment 1. There's a lot going on in that, and a lot of moving pieces and different master plans that will need to feed in and so on. I wondered, I'm happy to hear that the engagement with Squamish Nation is underway essentially, and I wondered about how our objective here is to update in relation to the housing targets, and I know that the nation has housing needs and is also I think the largest freehold landowner in the municipality, and so I think this feels very crucial for those reasons, and of course all the other reasons as well, to ensure that we're providing space in this process to understand those aspirations and reflect them in the output. How has that been going so far? What are we hearing there? And is this where we see that, or does staff see that is part of those types of topics are better suited for the major amendment in the timeline that you've outlined here?
Thank you for that great question. Through to council, engagement around housing focused and housing needs in the community has already started. So we have been information sharing. So we've been looking at the nation's housing needs report and also just highlighting ways that we can start to approach future OCP amendments. Building from the new protocol between the nation and the District of Squamish, and in respect of a lot of the additional planning that the nation has been doing over time, their constitution, their generational plan, their revised land and marine use planning, et cetera. There's so much going on. So council can be assured that there's a lot of ongoing discussion that's already started in that early engagement stage. With this housing mandated housing focused amendment, there is an opportunity to have those discussions with the nation early and to reflect the nation's housing priorities and needs as well in our plan. So notwithstanding the mandated nature and the prescribed nature of the interim housing needs report within our OCP, you know, we can start to bridge more substantially with the nation's housing goals as well. So that work is happening.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that gives me some reassurance going forward that we're treating this appropriately. I think it's quite a great opportunity here actually as we look at doing this amendment. I was curious around how staff's viewing sort of these work that's going to happen in parallel around, you know, sub-area plans or neighborhood plans. And I see in attachment 1, there's mention of Thunderbird Creek and Chikai Airport, which is a different ordering that prioritization than in the existing OCP, which identifies Denville as as sort of on deck. And just how do you see these sub-area plans processes playing into these OCP amendments process, or yeah, just how are these things related, and which one's informing which, I guess.
Thank you for the question. I think a lot of this work is in progress, so we don't have a fully formed picture of exactly how the 5 and 20-year housing needs. I mean, there's a very prescriptive formula that and essentially model that we're following that the province has given us. Those guidelines were released in June of this year. As it relates to sub areas within the community, per the Local Government Act, we do have to highlight the location, amount, and type of density of residential development anticipated for housing needs. So initially, my answer to that question is that we would be looking high level at where those where that housing density and where the growth areas are already set, and reflecting the sub-area plans, the existing sub-area plans, what they have highlighted for housing in terms of maximum build out, et cetera. And then for those plans that are still underway, we will have to review existing information that we have to look at that. But I think we're going to take initially a high level overview at sort of 20,000 feet and then work our way down and move through that process to basically look at the housing needs across the community spatially. Jonas, would you like to add?
Thank you. The only thing I would add is that because this is a mandated process that we have to finish by the end of next year, the sub-area planning that's kind of pending at this point is unlikely to align and fully inform the OCP update. So probably be 2 separate processes. I would expect that will be done the OCP first, then the sub-area plans will get done, and then all of that will get rolled into the 2028 update. I think that we're looking at that as kind of the major update where we're going to reconcile a lot of the policy development that has been done already or that will be done in the next 2 years, versus this one being a more mandated process of doing the housing needs assessment and seeing where can we land it, does it land with the current zoning in the community.
Okay, thank you. And just one more, if I could, on this topic. Yeah, I was interested to see these sub-area plans there, and to me, those are areas that make sense. But I wondered about, it made me think about other applications that we've seen that are requesting reconsideration of growth management boundaries and so on. Is that something that's going to be part of this, just that general concept of growth management boundaries and so on, something that we could expect to grapple with in this OCP minor amendment, or will those decisions still be like sort of a case by case if an proponent comes forward with a request? Like where are we? How are you seeing those things without getting into? We don't need to get into specifics but there's yeah.
And I see a hand from Mr. Gunn. I'm not sure if Mr. Gunn wants to take first crack at this or. And you're on mute, Mr. Gunn.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I just maybe I'll add something to the last question, which might help. I believe, and it's early in the process, but I believe that the work that we are required to do at this point for the interim housing needs report, it will identify a certain amount of housing capacity that we have to show we can accommodate within the OCP. My feeling is that it'll be unlikely that the housing needs that report identifies will stretch beyond the existing capacity we already have. So I think we'll be able to meet the provincial requirements with much of the development or within the development that is already proposed and is moving forward across a number of different projects in the community. So I don't think we're going to have a struggle to meet what this initial interim report identifies. That's my guess. It's early to say that, but I think it allows us to leave the question of growth management boundaries and future neighborhood plans to future consideration of OCP later on. I don't think it's something that we're going to have to tackle in the near term.
Okay, Ms. McJanet or Mr. Vanuskis, do you want to add to that?
No, I think Mr. Gunn landed on the mark there that it will depend on what the housing needs assessment results are, but we don't expect that the results are going to require expansion of the growth management boundary in this minor amendment process.
Okay, I have Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor French.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much on the work. Projecting housing need is a difficult thing, and projecting into the future is always tough. When I was reading the provincially mandate, like what the province is asking of us, it seems the core of it is really what is your 5-year and what is your 20-year projection. Yeah. And they seem to give us 2 tools to engage with those, to predict those, to look at those projections. 1, we could sort of do our own thing, or 2, we could use the UBC's, the Housing Assessment Resource Tools, the HART tool, to assess our needs and effectively submit that. Do you have a thought process on which one you're going to choose, and if so, why?
I'm going to turn this question to Mr. Gunn, who's been in deep with the interim report performance.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So the work that's being mandated by the province for this initial interim housing report has a fairly short timeline, and they've built a calculator for municipalities use to ease the process, as you're highlighting. So for this interim report and the likely the OCP amendment associated with that, we're going to follow the intention is to follow the provincial methodology, use their calculator, and follow their process. However, the calculator does rely on BC Stats population projections, and we have historically found that those don't seem to match very well with our population growth. And so we do have questions about whether those will be appropriate for our community over time. And we are in the process. We actually are right now discussing with applicants for a project to create our own set of projections that are more nuanced, do a better job of incorporating migration patterns, both broader and regionally. And our intention is to have another set of projections that we feel more confidence in and have a parallel. We will continue to utilize the provincial projections, but it's likely that we'll see that as one of a few different future population scenarios. And we are bringing on expertise, demographic expertise, to help us develop another set, which will then inform future OCP updates.
Okay, thanks. So okay, so we're in the interim, we're going to use this tool. I was quite surprised. I looked at the tool, quite simple to use, just spits out the numbers for us. It says that our 5-year need is about 1,600 units, which, as far as I can see, we're going to meet fairly easily with waterfront and a few other developments. And our 20-year need is 6,300, which with a few more spots opening up, I don't think that's far outside the boundary of reality. So I think that it's interesting to me that we're being pushed provincially for something, and we can fulfill this provincial requirement fairly easily. And so I want to understand why we're deciding to go past the provincial requirement and push further than we're required to by the province. And I don't mean delivering more housing. I mean promising to deliver more housing, or the details in these projections. Why are we engaging further than needed at this point? Yeah.
May I answer?
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
Yeah, through the chair. So for the purpose of the Housing Needs Report and OCP update, we are strictly, this initial OCP update that's mandated for next year, we are strictly following, our intention is to follow the requirements of the province. We haven't determined exactly what we're going to show for, how we might incorporate other projections, but at a base level, the housing needs report that we are taking in as the interim report will reflect the HART methodology utilized by the province. But the population projections and the growth rate that the community goes through are really important factors when we go to do all of our work with infrastructure planning, DCCs, ACCs. Those are really critical projects that are informed by what we expect to get at. And there are many calculations that go into how much should we be charging for DCCs to accomplish the development of what infrastructure projects, when are those projects going to be needed. There's a lot of really crucial decision making that we do want to have. What we are confident in is at least a well-informed projection for where our community is going. We will not get it right. It's impossible to know where the future is, but we at least want to know what are some different scenarios, what are some different planning processes we need to go through for both housing, but also for infrastructure. And internally, there's been lots of discussion around, what is an appropriate set of population projections to base on. But when we look at provincial projections, which have historically been quite a bit below the growth that we've experienced, if we are to take those and make all of our infrastructure plans based on those, we're at risk of getting caught with our pants down, essentially. So we feel like it's important to have a set of projections that we have more confidence in. And whether we go forward and say, let's pre-zone for all these areas or move the boundary, that's a whole another set of decisions. But at the minimum, we want to have some idea of where we think is a more realistic point that we're going to wind up with population, so that we can prepare our infrastructure needs for that.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Staff knows that I feel I think forward planning and projecting our population growth and how we're going to accommodate that, it's extremely important. I've expressed that in the past. It's interesting to me now that we've got this provincial push that we're going not just to the provincial push. I think we can accommodate the province's requirement fairly easily, but we're making that choice to go beyond that now into what I'm seeing, what I believe is more substantive projections and planning, more realistic projections and planning than we've done in the past. So I am absolutely in favor of it, but I want to make sure that we separate what is provincially required, which in my mind appears fairly straightforward, and what we're doing by choice, which we should be doing, but we should be clear that we're doing it by choice. Thanks.
And Mr. Gunn, I see, do you have another comment? I see your hands up there. And you're on mute again.
Apologies. One more important point that I wanted to follow up to what Councillor Hamilton just said, sorry, through the chair. Another piece about the new information that the province has given us that said, hey, produce these number of units, here's your housing needs. They are strictly related to housing units. They make no differentiation between types of units, which again is another piece that we feel like are quite important, whether, the demographics of the people who we expect will come into our community and do they need an apartment or do they need a larger, maybe ground-oriented unit? Those are other nuances that we think are important, and that is stuff that we're going to answer through this additional investigation. Thank you.
So I'll go to count. Oh, continue, Mr. Gunn. I thought you were done there. Oh, you are done. Okay.
I'm pushing the wrong buttons. Sorry.
I'll go to Councillor French and then Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. Following up Councillor Hamilton's line of question, there's a spreadsheet in the staff report, and the title on it is OCP Update Scoping and Concurrent Planning Integration. And my eye was drawn to Population Projections Update. And I think that's what we've just been hearing about in the last couple of minutes. There is an indication of a request for proposals, and it looks like the timing on that is third quarter 2024. And then there's a gray line that goes out to the third quarter of 2025. So I'd like to know more about that request for proposals. Has it gone out? Have we had responses? Could you just tell us a little bit more about that part of the project?
See, Mr. Gunn, go ahead.
Yes. So we did, there are a few different people in the province that work on this specific type of investigation. We have sent out requests for them to help us with that, and we've gotten some proposals back. We're currently reviewing those proposals to make a determination of which individual to move forward with. And that project, once we've made that determination, that project will start up in the near term. Any more questions, please let me know if you're interested in more specifics.
Okay. And am I correct in saying that this will be a high-level community-wide set of population projections and doesn't get down onto the ground into neighborhoods for population projections by neighborhood?
Through the chair. Yes, exactly. It is, we're trying to understand the both the natural birth and death rate and what impact that'll have on our community, but more importantly, the migration patterns into the community. And so it's not intended to be neighborhood by neighborhood. It's intended to be across the community with follow-up work that tries to determine where those residents would land in the community as there's population growth. But this is a kind of an isolated piece that is, what's the expected growth rate and who's coming to the community.
Great. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I have Councillor Anderson and then Councillor Greenlaw.
Thank you. I'll just start by relating that my key concern is balanced growth, and that a too narrow focus on housing is suboptimal. We need to be careful that balanced growth also involves catching up with planning work that's already done and planning work that's needed in two areas: economic development and industrial land planning, and recreation and cultural amenities planning. Perhaps my questions might be addressed, and I'll quote from the staff report that another focus or one of the focuses will be, quote, opportunity to address outdated, obsolete OCP content needing updating and refining. And maybe so I will be alleviated here, but I still have questions. We have a new tool introduced by the provincial government, namely the ACC bylaw opportunity. In the present OCP, such policies such as the DCC bylaw is addressed. The timing, scheduling, the intent, and the objectives are addressed in the current OCP for the DCC bylaw and its ongoing review. Well, how are we to address the ACC bylaw in this proposed upcoming review? Another aspect of that is in the present
Councillor
OCP.
Anderson, do you want to give staff a moment to answer that, to respond to that?
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Staff appreciate there's a lot of concurrent planning work that continues to happen, and the opportunity to look at all the additional integration of ongoing planning, such as all the master planning, as well as ongoing work around modeling, the population projections, and then in addition, other partner projects such as the Wildlife Connectivity Project is another good example. There's a lot of concurrent planning that's going on that we see as coming into play for that more major update in 2028. It takes a lot of effort to pull all of that in a comprehensive way. To the ACC tool question specifically, we are not seeing that as in scope within this current update. We wanted to keep it strictly around the housing needs report requirement. So at this time, we had not incorporated or scoped additional sort of peripheral policy around the tools, for example, at this time. But we welcome the feedback.
Just for clarity, though, not as part of this project, is ACC policy work being done in parallel by other people?
That's correct. Yeah, it's an active project that we're hoping to wrap up in not too distant future. It'll be wrapped up before the OCP is finished.
Okay, please.
Thank you. The other area that is addressed in the current OCP, in fact, it has been for a number of years, there's clear reference to joint land use planning with the Squamish Nation. We may entertain, for example, a new MOU, something of that nature. Could you comment on the potential and focus on that type of initiative in this present update?
Thank you. Through to Council, in terms of our joint planning, the intentions that we've set around joint planning with Squamish Nation, we are well positioned to incorporate learnings and joint work that is just starting to get underway with the nation now at a staff-to-staff level. This involves work around an UNDRIP compliant OCP, and it's connected to our protocol, our new protocol with the nation, and our TRC, Truth and Reconciliation actions, and then the DRIPA Act. So we will be engaging very closely with the nation in the coming months around how do we move forward with joint planning essentially, and looking at our OCP in detail together. So more will come in the future around that, but that's work that's just getting underway now with the nation.
Thank you. The Chekai River development has taken new steps. There's a good amount of focus on it in the present OCP, as we all know, but the world has now evolved a little bit, at least. And I wonder how this new update might take into account where we're at today in that Chekai fan planning process or opportunity. And why I ask is that there's a tremendous demand for lands up there. I could name a dozen companies looking for medium industrial land, including Squamish Nation companies. GFL is another example. So we have pressing needs. Can we take new steps in policy development in this OCP as a result of where we're at today with the Chekai River development and the berm?
Through the chair, The official community plan has been recently updated with the Chikai fan development. So that's already in the OCP. And I expect that we will be getting an application, if not this year, then next year for a sub-area plan, which is the next policy step in the development on Chikai fan. So I think that for the purposes of this update, we will simply be looking at, the 1,200 units that the development will land as part of the housing capacity to respond to the housing needs report, but not further. That process is going to likely start up concurrently to the OSP update as well through sub-area planning for all of the Chikai fan.
Concurrently with the OCP initiative, as I hear you, Mr. Valinskas. Thank you. I guess finally, and it's on the same theme, I remain concerned about a balanced focus, economic development, amenities, recreation, cultural, as well as housing. So under a cross-departmental collaboration, I see a number of departments mentioned. I guess I should get the report in front of me and see what page number that is on. But who I don't see mentioned is economic development, recreation services, and arts and culture. We have, after all, done work in all three of those fields. Why they would not be part of the cross-departmental collaboration for this new OCP initiative. It's on page 5 of the staff report under implications B, cross-departmental collaboration. I just note that those 3 departments are not mentioned in the list of core departments to be consulted.
Through to all of council, thank you. Absolutely, we had identified core departments involved in the collaboration, but that's not an exhaustive list, and certainly we can reach out to additional departments to socialize the updates that are happening and seek input. So we are happy to expand engagement, and it's always a pleasure to work across the organization around these major updates. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chair. I'll come back with some comments later.
Okay, and we'll have to try and make those brief if we can. We've got a couple minutes left. I know Councillor Greenlaw had a question or two, so I'll go to you, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation and the update. It's, housing is something we hear about all the time, so it's just really important to our community. I was wondering if staff has been monitoring the impact that Fortis and wood fiber projects have had on our housing needs.
Not officially. We haven't been monitoring the project specific impact. We generally rely on the proponent providing us updates in terms of how many workers are living in town. But no, we don't have a project that specifically monitors that.
Okay, thanks. And then I wanted to build off some of the comments that Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Anderson have made. There's a lot of talk about the housing policies and the housing need reports, but I'm just wondering where the needs of the people who come to our community are addressed. I'm talking about like the true cost of growth, right? In terms of amenities and infrastructure, like needed childcare spaces, doctors, school spaces, public amenities like pools and rinks and libraries, what infrastructure we need. When we talk about population growth, where are those needs captured?
For the chair, that's an excellent question, and it's so much evolves around housing. It's like the core of our community planning function is all the supporting and all the systems that are in place or get impacted by housing. So that's certainly top of mind. And so we're looking at the 2028 update as a place to reconcile all of that larger picture of what does housing, what are the other services and facilities we need to accommodate the future growth. And that will come from various places like the Parks and Rec Master Plan update and all the infrastructure planning work that we're doing now, the Brandon Park planning work that we're doing. So we're looking at the next big OCP update as a place to reconcile all of that work and provide a true picture of
what, the future housing needs require.
And so is there somewhere where there's a resource that talks about like these needs in terms of a per capita basis? Like for every 2,000 people, you're going to need like, whatever, 15 more square feet of a library or something like that. You know what I mean? Like just, what's that? He knows that number, but like, but for all the aspects, for doctors, for childcare, that stuff. So is there actually a resource with that stuff?
Thank you for the question. I think there are multiple resources, and they're disparate. So we have to always go when we're doing additional planning, we always go seek those additional resources. And for example, as Jonas mentioned, the Parks and Rec Master Plan does have a per capita ratio of per person. We are trying to seek, X square kilometers of park space across the whole and by parks classification. So those details mostly live outside of the OCP in plans that attempt to add additional detail and through the master plans that implement essentially the OCP high level policy guidance. So yeah, it's hard to provide all of that in a single answer, but there's a lot.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad question, but okay, yeah, that's what I had. Thanks.
I see the mayor.
Yes, ready to move the staff recommendation, and I'll speak to it if it's second.
Okay, I see Councillor French willing to second. Please go ahead, Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate this this approach and the time and the transparency of the timelines and as many of the moving pieces as we could highlight at this point. Even, and I know there's more. So I think and I think some of the conversation around the table, if I was not to distill it down, is sort of highlights the need for and the importance of this work. And I think item 3 in the staff recommendation, which I've moved, is to come forward for consideration and endorsement of future council meeting 2025. I'm going to suggest we're likely to need a cow along the way, but I know there's going to be other touch points for council, but there's just so many pieces here. And I don't think that this precludes that, but it's not explicit. So I know that, this is such an important piece of work, and I'm really happy with what I'm hearing so far around sort of what's driving this, where the scope is focused, and particularly the involvement of and consideration of the Squamish Nation in the process as well. So thank you very much for this. I look forward to supporting next steps.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. This looks to me like a solid plan. Please don't let us cause scope creep, because what I see here is focused, and that's what we need at this point in advance of a bigger project in the fairly near future. So carry on. Let's get into the engagement and start talking about bylaws.
Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Just one area I'd like to make an observation on, and that is the industrial land use planning. Now, we have this addressed in our strategic plan, employment lands, marine and terrestrial. The only initiative that's referenced here is the split modeling, and I'm afraid I'm stuck for that acronym. That is modeling which will best be serve our interest in population serving employment, lands, and jobs. It does not address beyond that. It can't. And this is an observation made in the principles report, Principles for Employment Lands Planning. Quote, it would be difficult to utilize any particular model development or exemplar project to guide medium industrial planning. And it's common sense. It's a different type of land use demand. It's a different part of our economy. We want to be more than a suburb. We want to export jobs. We want to bring wealth into the community. And the split model, it needs to be complemented by other land use planning approaches for our economic development needs. This is a key concern of mine and why I asked about the Chikai Fan opportunity for that other category of our economic development future. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, and thanks very much for bringing this forward and all the work on it. Absolutely support moving forward particularly with the provincially mandated requirement. that we must fulfill. And I'm going to take Councillor French's comment and go a step further from scope creep. And I would suggest that when we're fulfilling a provincial requirement, let's narrow the scope to what we are required to fulfill. Ensure we require that, and then we can choose and prioritize. I believe we should, but we should choose and prioritize the larger scope. I think it's important that we don't convolute our own desire to know things with a higher accuracy or with some more certainty versus the province's projections. If the province's projections are reasonably easy to fulfill, I think we should certainly be clear and concise that we will fulfill those and meet all of those requirements. And so keep the two separate. So I would encourage scope narrowing, in fact, not scope creep. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. And for myself, I will, Councillor Greenlaw, did you want to? Yeah, okay. For myself, I will be supporting the recommendation. I think what I heard staff say is that we are focused on just the provincial requirements. And I had understood that a deeper understanding of population, more realistic population numbers will be done in parallel and concurrently and not necessarily to inform this. I think the one caveat, and I think given the timelines, I had hoped we would get into a broader OCP discussion sooner, but given the provincial requirements and everything else on our plate, I think that the broad plan makes sense. The one caveat there, and I was glad there's a bit of discussion about it, is I think I'm glad to hear that we don't think we'll need to expand the growth management boundary to address the provincial question. I think if it turns out that we do need to address that, that does open, in my mind, the question of do we need to significantly creep the scope of this, because I don't think that question can be answered in isolation. I think that requires the whole big discussion. And so it may be even in the short term when we're trying to stay focused, if there's a couple tweaks we can make to make sure we stay focused and don't get distracted, that might be a worthwhile endeavor. And so the more we can put some of these bigger, broader scope questions off to the full OCP, and the more tools we can give ourselves to do that, I think the better, just my own opinion. But with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. And it looks like we are, if we can, rolling right into the spring budget engagement results. And Ms. Reher, do you need a moment to get slides up, or are you? Okay, so we'll be a brief moment and we'll jump into that. And council, we haven't given a lot of time to this topic, so I guess we have some recess we can cut into if we would like, but just keeping everyone aware. Okay, we're good to go.
Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Fiona Rare, Public Engagement Specialist, and I'm here with Christine Moore, Director of Communications. We are here today to present about spring and fall budget engagement this year. Sorry. Okay. The objectives of today's presentation are twofold. Number one, to introduce early community input on community priorities relating to the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Oh, before October meetings for consideration. Given the time allocated for this presentation, we won't go through all the survey responses, but survey data along with in-person feedback is included in your agenda package for you to review and refer to throughout the October meetings. Number two is to provide an overview of public engagement activities for fall 2024 and receive any feedback on staff's plans. As a bit of background, in late spring and early summer, we launched a campaign about community priorities rather than focusing on budget specifically. Staff felt that this would be less intimidating and more inviting for this more casual engagement that's not centered around council's budget meetings. The reason we launched a spring budget campaign was to gather early feedback, which could be considered in the October workshops. Public engagement will continue this fall with the goal of helping the community view and understand the priorities within the draft financial plan while the October council workshops are underway. Our community priorities campaign this spring included the following components. Number one, a Let's Talk Squamish.ca campaign page, which was the online home for information, ways to engage, and the community survey. Number two, a promotional campaign, which utilized social media, print advertising, posters, and e-newsletter updates. And number three, a 4-part series of pop-ups with members of council and staff, which provided residents an opportunity to have conversations about their priorities. Here are photos from one of our pop-ups at Stan Clark Park beside the Sikh Festival. For this one, we created an interactive chalkboard art project where people could write down or draw out their community priorities and also connect with each other while doing so. And a big shout out to Ian Pickett's and the Youth Climate Corps team who seriously supported me with this project. We also had pop-ups at the following locations: the Squamish Farmers Market, Garibaldi Village, and Brennan Park. I would say somewhere between 50 and 75 people visited the pop-ups. The survey combined a series of closed and open-ended questions in addition to written comments. 121 people filled out the survey. Community members participated via self-selection. Feedback received provided valuable insights into attitudes, beliefs, and values. Survey questions were designed to, number one, understand the level of support for service areas. Number two, see where upgrades and service expansions or reductions could be considered. Number three, help residents see trade-offs. Number four, understand people's priorities within provincial jurisdiction. And number five, see where people's priorities are within the district's strategic plan priorities. You all have the survey data in your package, and although we don't have time to go through most of it in this presentation, we wanted to give you a snapshot of the responses that we thought you would find interesting. So the top stats presented in this slide is what I'll highlight, but I'll also go through the second and third places as well. So if you look at the top left stat, the three lowest levels of satisfaction, so both unsatisfied and very unsatisfied, were in the following areas. Number one, land use planning and development services is at 66%. Number two, recreation facilities and programming is at 54%. These are not up there. Marine access is at 40%. On the brighter side, if you look at the top right stat, when asked about the highest level of satisfaction, so that's both satisfied and very satisfied, with a variety of service areas, amenities, and infrastructure, the three highest levels of satisfaction were in the following areas. Number one, library services at 79%. Number two, waste management services at 66%. Number three, parks and open spaces at 64%. And then if you look at the bottom left stat, when asked where residents would prioritize district spending in 2025, 55% of respondents chose recreation facilities and programming as their top choice. Number 2 was land use planning and development services at 36%. Number 3 was active transportation at 34%. Number 4 is climate change, adaptation, and mitigation at 29%. Number 5, vehicle transportation infrastructure, so roads, bridges, intersections, etc., at 29%. Finally, viewing the bottom right stat, when asked about priorities for council to advocate to other orders of government for greater investment, 64% of respondents chose primary healthcare. Number 2 was affordable housing at 45%, and number 3 was regional transit at 37%. As a reminder, this slide was presented in November 2023 during a budget engagement wrap-up. This table highlights how community priorities heard through annual budget conversations have shifted year over year. So finally, we have lots of ideas for fall budget engagement, but at the core, here's what we're thinking. Number 1, a Let's Talk Squamish campaign page with all the information, a link to the district's online budget tool, a video presentation with an introduction by the mayor, and a Q&A component where residents' questions are answered in interesting and interactive ways. Number 2, budget boards at district facilities linking to the Let's Talk Squamish campaign page. Number 3, a promotional campaign with social media, chief ads, newsletters, etc. Number 4, a pre-recorded draft budget presentation introduced by the mayor, shared online across all district channels. Number 5 each. Number 7, a public open house following the budget workshops. And it sounds like that's much like the one in the snowstorm many years ago. Thank you for your time. We are now happy to answer questions and your feedback.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll go to council and we are on effectively a working recess. So you can frame your questions accordingly, but any questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. So it looks as if staff is looking towards going back towards the snowstorm style information night as opposed to what we had at the House Sound secondary multi-purpose room, which was more of a presentation and conversation, more than just many small conversations. Can you speak to why the shift?
Thank you for the question. One of the things that we looked at after last year's event was the number of participants we were able to reach and get at that event. In comparison to previous years, the numbers were quite a bit lower. And we felt that there were a number of reasons that potentially were contributing to that. One of the considerations was the location. It was perhaps not as centralized as somewhere like Brennan Park is located. The other contributing factor we thought may be a consideration was that it was a longer commitment type of event, whereas a presentation began at a certain time and the evening flowed from there. We believe that we see more participation when there is more of a drop-in style, allowing people to arrive and depart sort of on their own schedule over a period of an evening. The other thing we thought was that, a significant amount of time and effort goes into developing the presentation, and we really wanted to ensure that more residents had a chance to see it. We thought that one of the ideas this year was that if we are, council is shifting the approach to solidify or to compress the number of workshops within the month of October. If we are able to present the draft budget in a format similar to what was presented at the information presentation at the end of the process, if we can do that at the beginning of the process, provide it online so that residents can see that overview as it's draft, as council begins discussions, there's there's an opportunity to get it in front of more people and potentially seek more input throughout the process than kind of holding it until the end. So those are all some of the considerations we are thinking about and trying to reach the most number of people with the information and create an event, create an information night that provides the greatest opportunity for conversation and participation.
Okay, Councillor French is moving. Just someone on a second. Mayor Herford, do you want to speak to Councillor French?
Yes, please. Thank you. Really like what I heard today, this notion of asking our residents about their community priorities as opposed to using that budget phrase. Because for a lot of people, when you say the word budget, they think about accountants and spreadsheets, and they quickly, their eyes gloss over. Ask them about their community priorities, and they've got thoughts to share. So I think that's great. And also it looks like the previous learnings with past events and ways for people to participate has been quite well analyzed, and the way forward to me looks highly appropriate. I also like that there's an emphasis on Let's Talk Squamish and having that as our central communication hub. Because compared to other social media avenues and platforms, this one serves our purposes quite well. Big fan also of coffee crawls. I think those are really helpful for people who don't like going out to busy, crowded, drop-in, open house type scenarios. These are usually relatively quiet environments where there's lots of opportunity for one-on-one. I think they work well.
Mayor Herford?
Yep, thank you. I really appreciate the output of the work of the early engagement, and I can see this is already useful in my mind, and I can see this being extremely useful as the budgets are formed. So I often say that nearly every conversation is a budget conversation when you boil it down to how we advance a community priority. That the budget is the tool to do that. So I think this. So I really appreciate the approach here where we're going to be able to present the draft budget, basically what's going to be presented to council to the public to comment on, and I think that's the most appropriate time. So when we get to the end of the process, which is when the sort of that set piece public engagement piece has happened, I think we'll be in a much better place, and the public attending that will be much better informed as to where we started with the original draft budget as what was proposed, and where sort of what shape it's taken by the time we get to that last piece. So I think for anyone that decides to engage in the budget process through its entirety, we'll take them on a more sensible sort of ride to as we get to the conclusion, and with that earliest opportunities to have their feedback heard and incorporated into the draft budget, ideally, and hopefully the outcome as well. So thank you, and I think it's great to keep innovating and adapting it and learning and adapting as we grow and as our tools, more and more tools become available to us. So thank you for that work. Look forward to budget in October. Well, and always. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, through the chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. It's really helpful to see the summary of our community's concerns and priorities. And you just provided us with some information that I'm sure will be a great reference and resource moving forward into budget season and actually UBCM, where we can start advocating to other levels of government next week. So thank you very much for all your work.
Councillor Anderson.
Just going down the list of following activities being planned. The drop-down lists of projects searchable and the first bullet there, I will expect great things from that. And I have generally seen only improvement and really good last time around for budget boards, information boards, best I've ever seen in many years. It just keeps evolving and we get better at this. I think I'd like to express some caution about Let's Talk Squamish. It's not for everyone. It's not for all of the people that are interested in what we do. Maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe there are people busy in their businesses, but we need to allow for that. It's not going to capture all of the constituency we should be capturing. I felt that last time I appreciate the comments from staff regarding the length of the opportunity and what the implications that may have been. However, I don't think the town hall style was a failure at all. And in fact, some of the people I know that were there, they did welcome that opportunity. I think the issue last year, unfortunately, was the scale of the venue was too large, and that impacted the event quite a bit. I recognize we may have had some constraints in scheduling and looking for the right venue. But otherwise, I will only expect to see us do even better with the information delivery to the public. I just hope that we can accommodate the different constituents and categories of our community. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Excuse me. Yeah, thanks. I'll support the path forward. I as well. I think that the format last year, there's an aspect of that we're missing when we go to the smaller, call it less formal information meetings, and that's the ability for community members to voice their concerns with other communities members listening. And I know that that is different from us hearing their concerns, but I think it's an important aspect that we miss here. It's not an aspect that I'm going to push and insist on, but I think there is a piece of that community communication that we're missing. And if we look at the comments in the feedback, there's actually a comment that suggests community town halls, events where the community comes together, can eat dinner together, I'm not sure about that, and discuss community issues and learn about the different governments and their jurisdictions. So that's, to me, that speaks to more of that community hearing each other, which I think is also important. Thanks.
Thanks. Happy to support the resolution. Glad my colleague raised that last comment about the community coming together, maybe over a meal and having discussion. And, I was just reflecting on a lot of the events that happened over the summer. And I know at a arts festival and so on, it isn't necessarily top of mind to think about these things, but I think these conversations do come up, and we as a community maybe need to think a bit more about leveraging some of these opportunities where we do come together and talk about what we appreciate. I was certainly listening to people when I was at these events talking about some of these things. I am really looking forward in particular to the mayor's drop-in and council coffee crawl, because looking through the survey, it was great, but it left me with a bunch of additional questions now that I want to dig into and understand why people responded the way they did. So really appreciate the information we've got, and I like this plan. I think it provides many different avenues for engagement, and I'm looking forward to this next budget season. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And we have 3 minutes for a bio break. You get a coffee or whatever you need. So I'll give you, 1 extra minute. So 2:46, we'll come back. All right, survived a small mutiny. We're 2 minutes late, but we are back. So we'll go to Mrs. Morris for the Partnerships and Grants Policy Review.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarah Morris, and I am the Manager of Arts and Culture at the District of Squamish. My pronouns are she, her, and feel free to address me as such. I'm joined today by Patricia Huntsman, who is our consultant on this project, and I will let her give a quick introduction of herself.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Patricia Huntsman, and I want to start by saying my thanks for the opportunity to work with the community and staff in this process, and appreciate Council's patience. I know this has been an item on your agenda for some time, so appreciate the patience in getting this all together for you and taking the time to consult with the community and staff. I've had the opportunity to work with about 53 communities in British Columbia, mostly on the local government side, sometimes regional districts, but certainly can bring a lens of what's happening in terms of grants policy changes and best practice around British Columbia and some recommendations that we have for District of Squamish today. Thanks.
So what we'll cover today, we'll give a bit of an objective, project scope and process. We'll look at the policies in their current state, in addition to process learnings, implementation recommendations, and our phase transition plan. So the objective of today's presentation and report is to inform on the policy review process, in addition to obtaining approval to proceed with the policy updates based on the project findings. And just moving into the project scope. So within the scope of the project, we have looked into the community grant programs and their related agreements and processes. So there are currently 2 agreements in place with the Community Foundation and the Squamish Arts Council to deliver our community grant programs, and those agreements are set to expire in 2024. Those programs tend to fund projects of around the $5,000 value or less. We're looking at the evaluation process of fee-for-service and operating agreements as they come into the district. So during the past 4 years, there have been an increase in requests for these type of agreements. And some of those agreements are actually funded by our grants budget, and that's led to an increased pressure on that budget line item. So looking at where is the best place to fund those items from moving forward. In addition to district support, so in-kind support for future and existing agreements. So one of the things that is often overlooked is the staff capacity and other district resources that go into supporting these fee-for-service and operating agreements and those partnership type arrangements that the district has. And so there is a cost to that behind the scenes. And then in addition, just looking at those funding sources, it remains unclear, and we want to kind of look at how to process everything in an equitable and transparent way moving forward. Out of scope for this project are memorandums of understanding, so those have no dollar figure value associated with them, and so we didn't look into those as part of this project. Agreements with for-profit entities, so that would follow our procurement process. And there's legislation around that. And then in addition to corporate sponsorships, that would require a completely different policy. This is looking at nonprofit agreements with the district and services and operations involving those entities. And then intergovernmental relationships is also out of the scope of this project. And then just a quick look at our process overview. So we had a 3-phase project. We're currently in phase 3, but walking through phase 1, we looked internally at staff and what staff's barriers were in working with the grants and the partnerships policies. We did a jurisdictional scan, so looking at other municipalities and how they operate and how they deliver these programs. And then deliverables of that were a process map and a context report. Phase 2, we looked at our community grant providers, so the Community Foundation and Squamish Arts Council. We also had focus groups with grant recipients, potential partners, grant applicants, in addition to an equity-focused conversation. And then we also had a series of staff sessions and workshops that happened internally to kind of fine tune or look at solutions to the problems that we were facing. And as part of that, we had an engagement summary delivered by Patricia's team. And Patricia's going to be looking and speaking to the outcomes of those two phases later on in this presentation. So as part of this work, staff actually conducted an internal scan of the district support systems that are in place. So a pillar of council's strategic plan is resilient people and relationships, and tactic 1.4 speaks to building those relationships and community capacity by 2026. And a missing piece of that work, I think, was actually having these numbers available to council to see what support is in place currently. So we actually do have a number of agreements or services delivered through nonprofits, and that actually sits at about $1.36 million annually. Some of these relationships are not formalized, and so there's quite a variety of different relationships that exist across the district for these service deliveries. And so we're looking at how to kind of bring everybody on board in a synchronized way moving forward. We're also looking, we found that we have $185,000 going to community grants, and those two agreements with the Squamish Arts Council and the Community Foundation are solidified, and so that number has stayed the same for the past 3 years. We have current miss of tax exemptions. They vary year to year, and that's the 2024 number that you see there. And in addition, we have over 35 license or leases that exist that are managed through our real estate department, and they vary in size from very small things such as shipping containers for storage to leases of buildings. So the real estate department can speak a little bit more to those items. And so as we went into this project, we were aware of some of the successes and opportunities that existed in both policies. And so successes for the partnership policy were that staff has amazing relationships with the community, and that our local nonprofits are stepping in to fill service gaps. They're motivated. They really want to partner with the district and work with us in moving the community forward. And that through a series of agreements that we do have with the community, we're able to leverage additional funding that wouldn't be available to the district. So whether that's from corporate sponsorships or grants that we wouldn't be able to apply for. Opportunities included a lack of process at the district for evaluation of partnerships when they come forward. No standardized templates for fee-for-service or operating agreements, and then clarity on the role of staff in supporting those agreements. So various levels of support exist across the different relationships. And then looking at the community grants in the current state. So this was outsourced to those community groups in 2021, and they have built great relationships with the community and have been delivering. Haven't switched the slides, sorry about that. So the community grants partners have definitely built those great relationships, and they've been reaching the community through the community grants. They've also built a strong platform to deliver grants, and they are fine-tuning their administration each year. Opportunities are that the grants are oversubscribed and they're not keeping up with demand. And also they are looking for some clarity on what's in line with district priorities, so we can really fine tune where those grants are landing with the community. And then eligibility for clarification for other groups that are receiving different levels of support from the district. So maybe those people who are having those unformalized agreements with the district and receiving support through those channels. And then just for clarity around the future of grant funding. So sometimes, an organization will secure a grant through the district and they don't know if that's going to come again next year. So that's a challenge in the community with grant programs. And so I'm going to hand over now to Patricia to speak about the process learnings.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Sarah. I'll start with just sharing out some of the findings that we've had looking at other communities around the province. And to start off, there's one term that I want to introduce, which is typically, so the word partnership is a very loaded word, and it can have a number of different definitions. And certainly as we worked with staff and we worked out in the community and looking at the jurisdictional scan, the word partnership can have a lot of different meanings. So what we typically see is we see the word fee-for-service agreement as the name of the policy to reflect those agreements where there's distinct service or operation being performed on behalf of the district or local government. So typically we see these types of partnership agreements termed as fee-for-service and operating agreements. So that's the wording I'll be using going forward on here. Some of the features of fee-for-service and operating agreements, we want to see definitions, strategic alignment to council's overall goals, or certainly the OCP, but definitely a city's strategic plan or council strategic plan. A lot of clarity around procedures for evaluating the potential service and operating agreement at the outset. Also, at making sure that there's those exit clauses for potential termination or renewal over a multi-year agreement. A clear process for cost-benefit analysis is also required, and funding, including potential monetary or social return on investment, is clearly outlined, as well as evaluation steps for potential agreements exceeding $75,000. So getting some really clear metrics in there are features that we want to see in a fee-for-service agreement. The other piece on the other side of things on the community grants, again, those definitions, where does it line up with the council strategic plan, really clear granting streams and programs, as well as evaluation principles and key community specific clauses. One thing we do see that's really helpful to accompany the community grants policy implementation are two things. One is definitely a procedures handbook on how to deal with grants within administration, but also offering that transparency and clarity to the community in terms of how they access these grants. So having really good communications to support that. Recommendation is also to exclude applications seeking to fund solely district-related fees and charges, so things such as rentals, and to provide other avenues for reduced cost or free options. And another piece that we see in those community grants are ways to just keep in step with inflation or increased costs over time for the organization, so mitigating that inflation over time. So we looked at a number of communities, but in my work in many places around BC, these are typical features that we would see for community grants, and then before that, what we would see for fee-for-service agreements. The other piece, I put together this slide for council and staff because I thought it was really important to know sort of where you're positioning in terms of there is a bit of a continuum as to how grant policies sort of evolve over time. And you kind of start off with communities where, members of council will be like at a grocery store and, members of the community group will approach them and say like, oh, we need this, a handshake is done, in the produce section. And then it kind of evolves over time. Some things get written down and that's great. But then, it's kind of maybe clear to one organization that's been working with the district for a long time, but not so clear to a new organization. So when we kind of looked at this and what those key features are, Squamish is sort of, we're really catching up here, I think, on a lot of much needed administration that has to happen for the community so that there is that transparency, there's real clarity to everybody. We see that more equitable options for partnering with the city as well as applying for grants. So sort of in midway on this, and I would say maybe in a little bit of a catch-up mode, which is totally normal for the amount of growth a community like Squamish has seen, certainly over the last few years. And certainly some larger municipalities kind of getting to a further state where they need to change their grants to sort of align with like a complex sort of strategic objectives of council and not meeting demand, and then some trust issues involving in the in the community or issues between council and priorities of the community. So some other places dealing with a different kettle of fish when it comes to their grants policy evolution, but you're kind of midway and having a little bit of catch up there. In terms of the engagement that we've done with district staff, I'd really like to thank staff. They took a lot of time to help us with this. Because there was a lot to uncover in terms of how the district is currently working in terms of community grants, as well as fee-for-service agreements for what you were calling partnership agreements. So certainly that need for standardized processes and an approach for fee-for-service agreements across the district is really needed. Ensuring that there's clear alignment with the context of today and the work you're doing today, certainly around idea accessibility, the council strategic plan and the OCP, and really clarity on how to resource and fund these fee-for-service and operating agreements going forward. On the community grant organization side, there's some really nice relationships that have evolved with the community over time, certainly with staff. But more broadly, there's a lot of nice work happening out in the community. Certainly openness for defined grant programs and gating. That's a really important thing to the community. They want to see which stream do they go into, how is that managed, and having that really transparent and upfront. So again, that communications piece will be important going forward. And wanting to prioritize inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, as well as truth and reconciliation. So weaving that into the granting streams is an important feature that organizations want to see. Some challenges include certainly in the current state or lack of clarity on multiple proposals from the same organization. The Vancouver Foundation supports ending in the 2025 cycle, the need for clarification on partial funding versus full funding, and how to handle grant applications seeking to cover district fees and charges. So some sticky things that we need to work on. In terms of grant applicants and recipients that we spoke to, they have a desire for clear communications, increased support for the grant application administration process, and again, more openness towards defined grant programs, and a desire to balance funding local service projects versus tourism projects. So again, those organizations providing, a direct service that helps the district versus more tourism and marketing related projects was something we heard. And again, that demand for increased transparency. So we're hearing that across the board. There's a lot of overlap between what staff want, what the community at large wants, and the specific recipients. Existing collaborators have related that they have great working relationships with the district. There is a desire for multi-year agreements, which is beneficial so that they can be involved in more planning and have more consistency in their work, and openness for standardized process to improve the working relationships. And again, that need for clarity. So what we've done is around those, just catch up here for a second. On the fee-for-service and operating agreements, again, we have this recommendation to change the policy name for clarity and consistency, and in keeping with typical practice, which would be fee-for-service and operating agreements policy rather than partnership policy. The second opportunity there is to make it clear on how these fee-for-service and operating agreements align with the OCP, the strategic plan, and other strategic initiatives. And then on the evaluation process, establish a clear intake and evaluation process and criteria for the funding agreements. And on the funding mechanism side, identify how the fee-for-service or operating agreements are funded and processed accordingly. And if there is no existing funding, proposals need to be evaluated alongside annual budgeting by the district. And again, making sure that there's that renewal process or termination clause in there. So a key issue suggested in the proposal submission process that was identified is we are currently working on two pathways that are in development for the district initiated versus community initiated. And both pathways would include these 4 steps. So this was something that after a lot of conversation with staff and the community, it was realized that there would certainly be fee-for-service agreement proposals that would come in that staff would identify versus those that might be community initiated. So those are 2 different streams, 2 different pathways for entering into a fee-for-service agreement or operating agreement process, each having these same steps. So firstly, the concept meeting with staff to determine alignment does fit with what the priorities are of the district. The second being the proposal submission analysis. So looking at the agreement type, is it a fee-for-service or is it an operating agreement? Where would that funding source be coming from? Determining what the impact would be on district staff. This is a real key consideration because there is definitely a cost benefit that's needed to be completed on that. These take a lot of time. And I think one thing that I didn't share earlier that came out in this process was certainly there's been a lot of capacity building. I think that staff have really helped the community groups with over the last few years. And that does take a lot of time and certainly resource of staff to do that. So, but it's been good to see those changes over time. A third step that will be necessary both in the community initiated and the district initiated would be the council or GM determining whether the agreement moves forward to the budget process, so annual budgeting. And then the step 4 would be an RFP or EOI process, a procurement process agreement established, and depending on the value for the council, approval may be required. And again, we would be looking at a multi-year agreement. On the community grant policy recommendations, as we know, there is an oversubscription for these grants. We'd like to see gradually work towards allocating full 1% towards the grant budget. And again, we want to see clear definitions on the grant programs and their alignment with district policies and goals. We want to see also the recommendations that we're putting forward in the framework that we're presenting today, an increased focus on idea and truth and reconciliation. So creating a separate arts and culture grant program for Indigenous projects, making sure the grant streams remain open to accept applications for Indigenous projects, and having some kind of policy clause on evaluation principles to include ideas. So making sure that idea is part of the evaluation process and stream throughout all of the grant program areas, and additional stream under the Arts Council for Indigenous-led projects, programs and events, and then working with the Youth Council on youth grants and leadership opportunities. In terms of fee waiving and covering, that was another opportunity that we've included. And we would want to see there the policy clause to prohibit grant applications to cover district fees and charges, as mentioned earlier, and update. And so one thing that would be triggered by this community grant policy would be to update the fees and charges bylaw to allow fee waiving by district staff for groups who meet the criteria. On the permissive tax exemptions, to amend the policy to allow groups who receive PTAs to apply for grants. So that's another policy trigger. And then multiple applications to amend the policy to allow groups to apply to all grants. So a number of recommendations for the community grant policy.
Anyone have any jokes? Okay, the streaming is back up, so please proceed. Thank you for the pause.
Okay, thank you. We'll jump ahead. And so the proposed grant program areas include the following that you see on the screen. And should the grant budget be increased to the full amount, a wider grant program would be possible. There's certainly criteria for evaluation or within the application. We'd want to see idea projects being prioritized and streamed, as well as prioritization of underserved groups. So that was definitely a clear message that came out from both community and staff. But these would be the proposed grant program areas that were identified. And again, by both community and staff. Move forward. And then on a key issue in the oh, sorry, it is Sarah over here.
Sarah, sorry, I'm just going to take over on addressing a key issue. So a theme that kind of had been coming up throughout this whole project was the pressure on the grants budget. And so our jurisdictional scan showed that using grant budget to fund fee-for-service and operating agreements is not a standard process in other municipalities. And during community consultation, we heard a high demand for more grants. The grant programs need incremental increases to keep up with demand and inflation, and that hasn't happened since 2022 for our 2 grant programs. And there are a number of community groups with fee-for-service or operating agreements that are coming from that grants budget that are also requesting increases to keep up with their service delivery and their demand. And so there's not enough funds to go around within the grant 1% to keep up with all of these increasing pressures. And so if we take a look at the current state of the grants budget, just for council's understanding and for the community as well, council have the ability under the current policy to allocate up to 1% of the previous year's taxation towards grants. And so for 2024, this is the state of the grants budget right now. So we have $185,000 going towards the 2 grant programs, and then we have $180,000 going towards 3 agreements, which are more in line with fee-for-service or operating agreements than they are with grants. And so as we move into 2025, we have requests, well, number one, the agreements with the community grant organizations are expiring, and also with the 3 organizations there as well that don't deliver grant programs, they're all set to expire, and each of these organizations is looking for an increase. And so we have $52,500 for 2025 to spread across all 5 of these entities, in addition to a $10,000 request from the Youth Council for funding for their program as well. And so when we move, what staff are recommending for 2025 is that we focus the increased funding to the 2 grant programs. And so the Community Foundation are using funding from the Vancouver Foundation in 2026 for the Small Neighborhood Grant. And in order to keep that Small Neighborhood Grants program running, they require a $10,000 investment to build out a platform and set up a framework to run that grant. And that platform will allow them to also improve their grant process for the community enhancement grants too. So we're looking at $10,000 to set that up, to move forward, and then an additional $10,000 to go into the community enhancement grant. So they haven't had an increase since 2022. And then for Squamish Arts, a recommended increase of $10,000. For SORCA, they have, so Squamish Off-Road Cycling Association, they have been receiving a $5,000 incremental each year of their agreement. And so they have gone up a little bit each year. So we're looking to provide them with an additional $7,500 next year. And then the 2 pilot agreements that are currently within the grants budget are the Downtown Squamish Business Association, who run our community grants or community events for us. And so we're requesting, just to keep up with inflation, an incremental of $2,500 for them. In addition to our Squamish, who have a pilot agreement, we're requesting a small increase for them as well. And then the Youth Council
request has come through our budget cycle, and staff want to support this from the community grants budget because we think it's in keeping with the feedback that we have actually received through this process. And so we'll continue to work with the administration team on the youth council to develop that program and maybe bring it in line with the grants program, and maybe we'll have a youth grant, or we're thinking something along that line. So that is what we're recommending for 2025. And the broader recommendation is to gradually and incrementally move the non-granting agreements out of this budget over the next 5 years. Which leads into Tricia's phased transition.
So once we figured out what these proposed frameworks could be, both for the community grant and the fee-for-service and operating agreements policy, it was then, well, what would be those immediate impacts to the district and how would we transition this in? So so this is what we're putting forward to council as a recommendation. Again, those organizations that need to be moved out of the community grant policy would then be moved into the fee-for-service and operating agreement policy, which is their more natural home, thereby freeing up some of that money for community grants. So that's a first key piece. But the next year would look at identifying administration resources to support Squamish Arts and the Community Foundation to administer the transition to these new grant programs. We would also see beginning to communicate the change to the community and reporting out on this process. The reason we're recommending this sort of phased approach is, A, it's going to take time to implement this and communicate it, but it is less of a taxation hit up front, and the only alternative here would be a higher budget impact. So there is a capacity consideration around this as well. So when we look to 2026, the Vancouver Foundation funding and the administration gap would be resolved for the small neighborhoods grants with that $10,000 increase. The new grants programs would start to be implemented. We'd come up with the framework for implementing those in more detail, because that will need to be stepped out. And then 2027 to 2023 see the grants budget restored to the full 1% to fund local initiatives and projects, and the new grant entry points gradually introduced. So on the fee-for-service agreement and operating agreements policy, develop the fee-for-service agreements and operating template over the next year, align existing what we're calling partnerships to this new template, identify those key roles, funding sources, and relationship protocols, developing the cost-benefit analysis for evaluating the new potential agreements. Again, those could be district-led, staff-led, or community-initiated, and communicate the new process with staff and community. From there, over the next 3 years, looking at an intake for the new fee-for-service for the new policy, and that's for the district initiated only, and then identifying the fix, identifying and tweaking any fix and procedural issues. So no new agreements would be funded through taxation. They would be considered before the grants budget had been made whole. So this again is a more sort of measured approach to getting those organizations streamed into the fee-for-service and operating agreements policy. And then 2030, pardon me, and beyond, refining where needed those procedures and the agreements, looking at the community initiated process and implementing that, and then determining that they're appropriately budgeted going forward. And by then we would see that SORCA, BIA, and our Squamish are no longer in the grants budget line. So that's a proposed, without a sudden increase in taxation, this is a proposed recommended phased-in approach for council's consideration. And to that, we have the following recommendations, which I'll let Sarah introduce.
So these have been included in council's report, and just for context, we really would love to see council move forward with these recommendations to enable us to
provide those increases to our community grant partners or organizations moving forward so that they can deliver the 2025 grants. So they're just about to go into planning for that program where they deliberate on the grants for 2025 in the fall. And so the numbers are required to carry on with those programs for the next year. And so the recommendations are that council approve the recommendations outlined in the report before you, and that council directs staff to bring forward amended policies for approval at a future regular council meeting. That would be in line with the report, and that council approve a one-year renewal of the existing agreements with the community grant organization and partners that include the increased amounts outlined in the report, and that staff work towards a 4-year extension to these agreements to be included in the 2026 to 2030 5-year financial plan. And the purpose of the final recommendation is that we extend those agreements so that as we phase these agreements out of the budget, we kind of have time to catch up with the policies, and then that in 2029 we would reevaluate all of those fee-for-service agreements and go through the new process. And so those we would go out to like an expression of interest or RFP process for the services that are currently being delivered through those entities. So with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a hand from Mayor Herford.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. It's super interesting how, and it's great to see that we're accomplishing through these partnerships. Specifically on the recommendation around the 1-year renewal of the existing agreements with the increased amounts outlined, and then staff work towards a 4-year extension of these agreements. Isn't it just I'm just wondering if so the justification for that approach versus an approach that the funding mechanism evolves over that time. Does the agreement itself need to be broken into that 1 and then 4-year renewal, given that really we're not talking about reassessing these in that fulsome way until much later on? So how does this 1 year, which I think could provide, which might be sort of unnerving for some of these organizations as one of the goals is to be more stable over time, the recommendation seems to be sort of in conflict with that. So did you consider doing an agreement that covered the whole span and just had the funding source itself evolve over time rather than the agreements necessarily?
Thank you. Through the chair. We did consider that. However, we're in a bit of a crunch in terms of time frame right now. And so it's not clear what the taxation rates will be over the next 4 years. And we didn't want to presume that, nor have we kind of worked out what the incremental move out of that budget, out of the grants budget, will be over the next 5 years. So the idea is that we settle the ground a little bit for these community grant organizations to move into the next fiscal year. And then we work with staff, arts and culture will work with finance to determine kind of what the incrementals can be and what the budget can handle over the next 5 years as we kind of shift those agreements out into the operating field, which will mean an increased taxation.
Okay, is that good, Mayor Herford? Yeah. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation, the work, and your expertise on this in this area. Do I understand correctly that we would, if a community, we would be waiting until 2030 for any possibility of receiving any community initiated operating or fee-for-service agreement?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, that is correct. So unless it is within staff's work plan and it's a district initiated or council initiated fee for service or operating agreement that's new and it's going to require a budget impact, then that would not be viable until 2030. And the idea is that we shouldn't be entertaining any additional budget impact until we are ready to move these items out of the community grants budget. So that's the idea behind that, is that if these are still living under community grants and we can't move them out into operating, then we shouldn't be entertaining any additional tax impact until this is rectified.
Yeah, I would only add, we kind of just, when looking at this, there's this 1 year sort of interim fix that was acknowledged earlier. But then when we looked at this in more detail, there is this transition phase where we just need to settle and get the organizations out of community grants into the operating agreements, see what impact that has, and then how are we going to budget for that over time. So it's not quick, unfortunately. We looked at other ways to make it quick, but the only other way to make it quicker would be to increase taxation right out of the gate.
So I think that's the piece I'm not quite understanding. It's not clear to me how moving the agreement or changing the policy, what the title of the policy that they're receiving funding under, how does that automatically trigger a taxation increase? Because ultimately, if we're paying one community organization $100,000, whether it's under a fee for service or under a grant, it's $100,000. I don't understand why that's implying an increased taxation.
Thank you, through the chair. So the current, what we're looking at doing is moving those agreements that are not providing grants out of the grants budget. So the grants budget is funding those agreements right now. In order to increase the grant program budget, those agreements need to move out of that kind of pot. And that means that they're going into our operating budget, and they're not currently budgeted in our operations right now. And so as we move them out, the operating budget is going to go up, and then the grants budget or programs will receive increased funding. And so that will basically allow the development of these different grant programs that the community are asking for. And so we want to see the evolution of that grants program to support the community.
Okay, so a possible way forward would be to remove some budget from the grants, put it into our operating, and we could do, presumably, I'm sure there's finance rules, but I don't know, we're coming into budget season, put that into our operating. So let's take our major partners, remove them from our major fee-for-service organizations, move the monies that we're paying them into our operating, reduce the level of our grants, thereby having zero taxation impact, moving our fee-for-service organizations into fee-for-service agreements next year, and then building our grant budget, therefore achieving fee-for-service agreements early and not having a tax impact. Why does that not work? Or why is that not optimal?
Thank you, through the chair. It wasn't recommended because we saw an increased demand for grants. So currently the grant programs are not meeting the demand that they have on them. And then we also have had an increase in requests for those operating agreements. So our partners are looking for additional funding, and that is actually beyond the capabilities of that budget line item. So moving forward, if we did split it down the middle, 50-50, we still won't be meeting the needs of those partners. And so there will still be a taxation impact, whether we move those out or not. And that means that then you're kind of hampering the grants program from meeting the demands of the community. So the intent of council's previous policy was that 1% would go towards community granting. And we've been slowly whittling away at that over the past 5 years. And so what we want to do is try and bring that back up and not hamper it any further. Does that make sense?
I do see the logic, but I think we're convoluting budget decisions with policy decisions. And everything's a budget decision, right? Right.
So I'm just going to go quickly
yeah.
to Ms. Glende and then.
Thanks. Through the chair, I might be repeating some things, but just in terms of adding some more clarity, it is a recommendation to council, and certainly your decision on allocation is up to you, and the recommendation is aligned with policy. And that's the rationale for the recommendation, is to get back to that 1% of council's current grant policy.
Can I let you ponder that, Councillor Hamilton? I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Under Table 4, Community Grant Policy Recommendations, there's reference to the permissive tax exemptions area. And it's a question of clarification. Amend policy to allow nonprofit community groups to receive permissive tax exemptions to apply for grants. I wasn't aware that we needed to amend a policy. As I recall, the last discussion of the PT policy, I believe presented by Ms. Souza, we did discuss whether there should be a change to the policy. And I recall pointing out on my part that there's quite a landscape, quite a very diverse list of organizations, entities receiving those PTEs. What is the policy now? Do we have any, is there a policy to amend as per this recommendation?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's actually not the PTE policy that we have to amend. It's our community grant policy that prohibits that. And so there's not an alignment between the two. And that was a carryover from the previous council policy that just made it into this current policy that we just want to rectify so that our partners that are providing the community grants just have that clarity. Because right now we are granting to people or entities that do receive PTEs, and that's not in alignment with our policy.
Thank you for that clarification. I may have missed that. My second question relates to lease renewals. And I think what I really appreciate this report is we have a comprehensive picture of the landscape and beyond the areas where you're focused in the recommendations, the importance of spaces for community groups and their use of them. There's quite a number of leases that are expired. And in one case, there's an organization that is seeking a long-term lease because they need to make major investments in their site. As we all know, that's Squamish Days Logger Sports. So can you comment on the status and the approach that staff is recommending for these lease renewals?
Through the chair. Hello, everyone. I'm Nab Triplett from Real Estate Services. So in terms of lease renewals and specifically Logger Sports, that's part of the Brennan Park Lands Master Plan. So there's a process for any entity that's interested in a long-term lease to submit a proposal, and then that would be discussed between real estate and recreation on how to move forward with that.
Thank you. The other thing I note, though, in the table that is part of Appendix A table is that there's a number of, for example, storage container arrangements that are, these are leases that are now 2 years since expiry. Is there going to be any approach taken with those arrangements?
Through the chair, that's certain things are capacity constrained. So those have month-to-month overholding clauses. So technically they're still going on and it's low risk. So we kind of prioritize what we're working on based on that.
Very good. That satisfies me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump in with a few questions of my own. I may be getting twisted up in semantics, but from even before my current time on council, I remember that SORCA, although, you know, in many ways we are sort of treating it as a fee for service, we had to administer it through a grant because of liability and trails on private property, so on and so forth. Have provincial rules changed so we don't have to worry about that anymore? Or is it a case where technically they'll still be administered as a grant, but we'll be calling it and thinking of it as a fee for service? Or can you just explain that a little?
Thank you, Chair. With that specific agreement, I know there was a lot of items contemplated in the development of it. And one of the components of that agreement or deliverables was that SORCA established agreements with various landholders to obtain permission to develop trails and maintain trails on those lands. And so as long as it's in keeping with our district priorities, I believe that we are able to enter into an operating agreement with SORCA whereby our strategic priorities and their strategic priorities are working towards common deliverables. And that's the level of the agreement that we would enter into. So more supporting their operations than specific fee for service, lists of deliverables.
And so for clarity then, if some of their operations involve stuff that was in the regional district, but not in the district of Squamish, this wouldn't be a problem under the structure, or they would sort of have to confine their spending based on district boundaries or?
Through the chair, I think that the district funding is of I don't want to discount it, but it's a small portion of the SORCA budget. And so I believe that having spoken to their ED, that it's if we want to limit their operations to within the district of Squamish, that's certainly an avenue that we can explore with them.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that for now. And then I just want to make sure I'd maybe gotten a bit confused in terms of how many buckets we're talking about. I'd been thinking about 2 community initiated versus district initiated, but it seems like that distinction is for a larger fee for service. And then we're also maintaining a more community grant, which we plan to continue Community Foundation and Squamish Arts as the primary administrators of that. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good clarity for me. And I just, the reason I was asking, for me, there's a lot of value in terms of sort of the startup model. And one thing I didn't see discussed is the idea of not developing dependence. So for the Squamish Arts and Community Foundation type grant, a great deal of autonomy and room for community innovation. So there's a lot less control, lower dollar values, but also an expectation that we are starting things as much as we can and not building long-term dependence, as opposed to a more fee-for-service where this is sort of a core service over the long term and we're more comfortable for long-term funding. And because I didn't see some of those things mentioned explicitly, are these thoughts still in the background somewhere? Are we having different perspectives on some of these things? I'm just wondering if you can talk about that.
Thank you, Chair, and that's a great point. It wasn't explicitly, it didn't explicitly come up, that idea around independence in the feedback that we received from those organizations, but it is a really good point because the one thread that does relate to that is the need to build capacity within the community, and that these organizations do need to build up capacity. So I think, even back to the earlier question, I think there's still a little bit of time that's needed to help these organizations along, and hence a little bit of the 4 to 5 year implementation. It relates to that, but that would certainly be considered in the fee-for-service agreements, and keeping in mind each fee-for-service or operating agreement would be unique depending on that organization's capacity, how they operate, where they are in terms of their transition as an organization, and then also the relationship that they've had to the district. So and potential liabilities to the earlier point. So each one would need to be, there's the framework there's the policy that we're recommending to develop further for the district, but each one would ultimately be looked at individually.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, when I speak to independence, I mean, there's financial, we don't want to build financial dependence over the long term, I think. And I think alignment with our OCP and strat plan for all of these grants is important. But when it comes to the smaller community grant things, I think more autonomy there is probably valuable, is my perspective. I think that addresses most of my questions. So I'll look to Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to try to express my concern here. So I see grants it's an extremely valuable piece of our community. And I think Squamish Arts and the SCF, the Squamish Community Foundation, do a wonderful job of effectively administering those grants for our community. The piece that I remember at our first strategic planning meeting, really wanting to see develop here is a deeper, a clearer way for us to have partnerships or operating agreements with folks like SORCA or the Downtown BIA, where we can be putting in, and Squamish Arts, where we can be putting in, we can come to a multi-year agreement, come to that core backbone funding that these organizations need in order to leverage larger change and larger investment in our community. What I'm struggling with in the staff recommendation is that it seems to me like those longer term partnership agreements are being pushed out in terms of the development of the policies and the ability for new partnerships to potentially form way out beyond certainly the term of this council. And that I struggle to support that move. I think that we are, and I think the reason I see the reason for it. I see that you're trying to work out the budget, but I think that we're putting budget in front of where's the right place to be from a policy framework? Where's the right place to be from how should we be bringing community organizations in, like our policies, versus how do we arrive at transitioning our current structure into those? I don't have a recommendation or some motion on the fly that I can craft, except to express that concern in our direction that we're pushing what, in my opinion, is extraordinarily valuable into a farther distant future. And we're increasing the relatively easier to get thing, which is just simply increasing the money towards grants.
Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I was asking, questions sort of along this similar vein to start this conversation about how that phasing can happen and I appreciate the response that we had there, which was really just a timing thing for this next fiscal and the agreements that are expiring and giving us that 1-year renewal to move forward. So when I look at the recommendation here, the first piece is about the policy. I suppose the process and recommendations maybe does that encompass the phasing? I'm just wondering if we can, there's the practical aspect if we need to renew some agreements, now, and there may not be time to really give it the attention that it needs to achieve these other goals that Councillor Hamilton and others have raised around the room. But does that include the phasing? Because I think if we can sort of get over the piece today where we're looking at the general, is this policy in the right direction? And then what do we have to do to bridge the gap? Can we readdress the phasing like sometime between this crunch period of next budget cycle so we get the phasing right? Because I think that's the only real tension point I've heard in this conversation is around that, and that would give staff some more timing. So could you speak to do you have any ways that around that, or is this something that's encompassed in your motion here?
And actually, before you respond, I have a comment which maybe aligns, and I'm just sort of toying with my mind. In my mind, the idea, if we want to, if there's any other folks that want to chime in on this particular topic, and then give staff 5 minutes if you want to come back with a suggestion. But as I've listened to the discussion, one piece I'm not sure, and I've heard, and maybe I misunderstood, but I'm not sure it's realistic, although as much as we'd love to fully fund all the grant requests. And so we may be okay with that. From my mind, that 1% has been funding everything. And, if we move out the fee for service, it is okay in my mind that the granting piece goes down and comes up over time. And so, seeing the ability to move along on some of these fee for service things
sooner is appealing to me. And so yeah, those are the related comments I had. So I don't know if that's something staff would like to respond to right now, or if hearing this you'd like 5 minutes, because I think we're gonna look for a resolution that tries to address this somehow, and I'm not sure quite what that is. Ms. Glende?
Through the chair, can you provide a bit more clarity in terms, yes, we would absolutely love a timeout. That's always really helpful. But in terms of directing what it is we're bringing back for council, I just wouldn't mind if you could reframe that for me and provide a bit more clarity. Thank you.
Sure. I think what I'm hearing is council is not so concerned with maintaining a 1% in the grant pool when we move out the fee for service. And so if we don't have that constraint, is there a way we can move on some of these things faster? And so the grant pool may come down from our current policy. And if we need to temporarily update that other policy, fine, so be it. But let's find a way to sort of split these up, put the budgets where they need to go, and then start moving forward and put things back up if they need to. Mayor Herford?
Yeah, and I think where I was looking to break the policy itself and implementation strategy apart. So I know there's going to be a gap between. So that's where I was. And this, I think, is implementation. Perhaps there's like that policy, and then we need to figure out that state. So that's where I was. So I think these things are all interlinked, as these things are. But
yes, please proceed.
Thanks. If I understood correctly, then from council, what I would welcome is direction and certainly approval that we can go and actually develop these two policies for you. Because in essence, I don't hear a lot of disagreement around the policies themselves. It's just simply how to implement them. So because we have been wondering for a while around that potential green light. This is our red light, green light session with council. So we would certainly welcome any direction from council on the policy directions themselves, and the implementation, if that were to be separate, would be something
we could go back and reevaluate.
Reevaluate, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
I think the words Mayor Herford and sorry, I've forgotten your Patricia. Sorry, Patricia. To separate the policy from the transition to the policy, I think that's maybe the core of what I'm looking for, because I think the transition to our policy is what's seemingly pushing that policy piece the way out into the future. So yeah, green light to go forward with defining the policy, and let's work out the transition to that policy after.
So I note the resolutions as proposed talk about approve the recommendations. Is there a clean way to, I guess, enshrine what we've just said, where we're focused on the policy, not the implementation? Should we take 5 minutes at this point to? Okay, so maybe I will call a 5-minute recess, and just we can get a clear resolution that we can then discuss. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. And I think, so do we have a recommended motion now or a resolution? Yeah, I want to, before someone moves it, I want to interject. So just check where we are and then.
Thank you, Chair, for the time to get our thoughts together, and thank you, Council, for your feedback. We definitely hear you in terms of opportunity cost, and staff don't want to shut the door either on any opportunities that may present themselves to the community. And so I think to move forward today, what we're looking to get council's endorsement of is moving forward and developing the policies themselves, and with them bringing back some alternatives for implementation for council to consider at that point. In addition, we do need council's endorsement of those one-year extensions so that we can continue to provide those grant programs. And we'll need them regardless for the next year while we implement the new policies.
So if I hear correctly, does that mean we moved bullets 2 through 4, that would get you what you need? Wonder if we can go around for comments first before we move it, and hopefully that addresses the comments. I may introduce 1 or 2 small things which people may want to respond to, which is why I wanted to do that before it's moved to give people that opportunity. So I'll start Mayor Herford and go clockwise for any comments, and we are sort of well over, so if we can try and be succinct, that'd be great.
No, I just appreciate all the work that's gone to get us here, and I think that the policy and the implementation of policy do need to be obviously they're intertwined, but for the purpose of this conversation, I do like breaking them apart, and I appreciate that recommendation. So I'll hold the rest of my time to reply to your comments that are forthcoming, Councillor. Yeah, so thank you. I think this direction forward makes sense to me. I think it's important that we think about the policy as it should be, separate from as it is. And I think this helps us to clarify those two things. We can deal with how to get there later once we decide where we want to be. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson?
My comments would be on different matters. I'd like to address Table 7, Community Grants Budget Allocation, and a couple of observations from a heritage lens. I have just been visiting 21 different municipalities in 6 different countries looking at placemaking. And all of these places, placemaking includes heritage. In fact, it is a very big theme. I think my message here is, I think that heritage is a little bit invisible, and that we should be careful of this and look ahead. We have a heritage management strategy which looks toward in future establish some sort of a committee or commission. In future, they may be on this list. In our current financial plan, we are allocating $10,000 a year to consultants out of town mostly to write heritage strategy. That's a bad idea. Instead, the local heritage committee or advisory group or coalition, which exists already now, should be on this list, and the money should instead go to support them, just as per these other organizations. Moving to Table 4, where it is proposed that there be a Table 4 and the proposed grant structure. I agree with the environmental stewardship and clearly identified as a new, better identified stream. It will be outcome that will be less ad hoc grant making and application process. And there are examples I could point to. The other thing in Table 4 is a new Indigenous program. That's on page 4. If I'm right, you'll know what I'm addressing here. But it is proposed that there be an Indigenous arts and culture. That's fine, but we are not neglecting Indigenous arts and culture. In fact, it's come to a point where we have to ask ourselves, do we need policy goals for non-Indigenous arts and culture and for non-Indigenous artists? The landscape is that we are allocating over the last few years 7 figures, like over $1 million, well over $1 million to non-Indigenous arts and artists in this town. And we're allocating probably, maybe at best, low 6 figures to non-Indigenous. We're not neglecting Indigenous culture. We are needing policy goals to guide our grant programs in heritage 1846, because right now we are only dealing with pre-1846, and that date comes from provincial government policy, which is going to change. So we have some, I think we need to set goals to understand criteria and to understand how we need to identify categories better than we do now. And I think that I will, for the sake of time, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Happy to separate weights 2, 3, and 4 out.
Hey, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I'm the same as Councillor French, and I'm curious about your comments too before I make any.
Okay, and I don't want to make a big deal, and I don't think they're huge. I just, didn't want to cut off an opportunity, try and sneak something. To my colleague's point, though, I think it is maybe worth a discussion about, how we prioritize or weight different criteria in grants. But I would say there's a lot of catching up to do, especially in terms of reconciliation-related things. And so, if there is some arguable disparity, it may well make sense, and we may not be going far enough. So. Maybe that's a future discussion. Just, seeing where, and some of this may live in sponsorship policy, but I think it bridges here. I think seeing our name as a co-sponsor effectively because of our grant funding with other organizations that we might not want sponsoring buildings and so on, for me, causes discomfort because I think it lends credibility and so on and implies partnership and so on, where again, I have a fair bit of discomfort. And so for me, that's an area I don't want to ignore, and maybe we need some further discussion there. The other piece, I agree that PTE should not be disqualifying if you have a PTE, but I do think it should be counted, because in my mind, what we're trying to do is support and encourage and facilitate as many groups as possible. And so being aware of where we are in different ways funding and supporting organizations is important and maybe useful as part of our criteria, if not for exclusion. The final thing I just noticed in our land leases, everyone was $1 except for Logger Sports was $400. In the context of everything, that seemed inconsequential, but also strange. And so maybe there's a reason for that, and sort of hope if there's not a good reason, maybe we just sort of normalize that going forward. So I think I would accept someone moving bullets 2 through 4 in the original recommendation. Mayor Herford?
I'll second your motion.
Oh, okay, sure. That works. I moved it. Mayor Herbert seconds. Any further comments before I call the question? No. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. Thank you. Oh, Sousa is here, so I will. Do you need a minute to get the slides up? Okay, so. We burned some time. I'll give you 5 minutes to get the slides up. If people need another bio break, we've been jumping around a bit, so let's not rush too much. And thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, folks, welcome back to, I think, our final topic of this rather long day or of the afternoon, and then we'll be back at it tonight, this evening. But I will turn it over to Ms. Souza for 2025 permissive tax exemptions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rianne Souza, and I'm the Director of Financial Operations at the district. My pronouns are she and her so that I can be addressed appropriately. Thank you. So I'm here today to present on permissive tax exemptions, which I'll also reference as PTEs. And the goal of the presentation today is to receive council direction on which permissive tax exemption applications to bring forward for bylaw first 3 readings at the October 1st regular business meeting. For council and the community's background, I'll first review the legislation. The council may, by bylaw, exempt land and/or improvements from property taxes, which are referred to as permissive tax exemptions or PTEs. A PTE will exempt all property taxes, municipal and other, and redistribute the taxes to their taxpayers. PTE may be granted for up to a 10-year period, and council must give public notice of the proposed PTE bylaws prior to adoption. A permissive tax exemption differs from the general statutory tax exemptions granted under Section 220 of the Community Charter, and that the discretion to grant a permissive tax exemption is at council's discretion.
Councilor Anderson.
Chair, I wish to declare a conflict on the matter of the Squamish Valley Golf Club. If you might take that into consideration. I feel like I probably should step out of the room for that particular item. It will be bracketed or dealt with.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Souza, is there a way to sort of structure the presentation so we're not talking, I guess we have to talk about individual properties, but maybe leave that one to last and then, okay.
Yes, no problem. I can do that. Okay, so to get back to the presentation, the District of Squamish PTE program has an annual intake. This year we received 10 applications. Staff assessed the applications against both legislation and district PTE policies. I'll now move into providing a summary of each of the PTE applications. First is the Federation Mountain Clubs of BC. It owns 28 parcels of undeveloped land, which provides access to rock climbing and walking and biking trails. The land access is open to the community and visitors. The Federation meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 is $3,342. Sea to Sky Community Services has applied for a PTE for properties it leases from the Provincial Rental Housing Corporation. At these properties, there are 47 non-market housing units. Sea to Sky Community Services meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 is $50,153, and that's for both locations. Sea to Sky Montessori Society provides 32 elementary students educations at its Loggers Lane location. The society meets both legislative and policy requirements, as there are 2 related organizations operating from the same locations, and only the society is eligible for a PTE. A 1-year PTE will enable a review of the allocation of the society's usage of the property next year. The estimated PTE for 2025 is $2,579. Squamish Chamber of Commerce leases office space on Loggers Lane from the district. The chamber supports members by providing access to training, marketing opportunities, and business development tools. In addition, it also has events and workshops that are available to all Squamish residents. The chamber meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 is $1,510.
Squamish Community Housing Society provides 40 non-market housing units on Wilson Crescent. The society meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for this property is $30,986. Squamish Helping Hands has 2 locations that it's applied for a PTE for. One of its locations is the overdose prevention site on 3rd Avenue. The property is leased from the district. At this site, the society provides supervision of substance use, supplies, and training. The second property is also on 3rd Avenue. At this site, the society provides emergency shelter, supportive housing, food services, drop-in services, and wellness supports for people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. This location is also known as Under One Roof. The society meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 1-year PTE for the overdose prevention site will enable a review of the PTE eligibility next year as the lease is month to month. A 3-year PTE for Under One Roof will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE when both properties are combined for 2025 are $22,289. Squamish Sikh Society promotes and practices Sikh religion, performs ceremonies, and provides meal services. The property the society is applying for a PTE is a vacant piece of land that's being held for future expansion. The society meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 1-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 totals $5,086. I will skip the next slide. The Nature Trust of BC owns lands adjacent to downtown Squamish. The principal use of the land is for conservation of wildlife habitat. The conservation area is open to the public for nature appreciation, which includes walking trails throughout the property. The Nature Trust meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 for both locations combined is a total of $14,723. Tourism Squamish Society leases office space from the district on Loggers Lane. The society provides visitor services, destination management services, and stewardship programs for sustainable tourism. Tourism Squamish meets both legislative and policy requirements. A 3-year PTE will align the PTE expiration with similar organizations. The estimated PTE for 2025 totals $3,402. And that is a review of 9 of the properties. Just in terms of moving forward, Chair, if you don't mind if I ask you a question, I can review the total value of the exemptions just so that Council's aware of that, which combines the one with the conflict, and then put up a slide that shows all PTEs to potentially deliberate on those and then discuss the property with a conflict. Would that be the preferred method?
Well, let me just check. Does council feel that they need that summary slide to move the recommendation on the 9 applicants we've seen so far? Councillor French?
I have at least one question about the vacant property owned by the Sikh temple.
So I think we can ask questions about the applicants. I'm just wondering if people have read the reports, if we can do without that slide, and that make things easier. Is there someone that needs to see and hear a report on that summary slide? Okay, so I'm not seeing that. So why don't you go, if that's okay, we'll pass on that. And is that the presentation then?
That is a review of the 9 applications, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will go to Councillor French with a question.
Okay, thank you. So for context, 37957 Fifth Avenue is a vacant piece of property zoned RS2. It had a house on it up until recently. And our friends at the Sikh Temple are asking us to provide a PTE for this particular property. And in the staff report, it says this aligns, I'm just looking for the exact wording, will align the PTE expiration cycle with similar organizations. Okay, so that talks about the expiry. I'm just looking for some justification for a PTE on a piece of private property that is zoned residential, and there's no indication that the property is being used for any faith-based uses of any kind. So I want, could staff just give us a little bit more context for the reasoning to provide a PTE on a vacant piece of residential land?
Through the chair, so staff, what we do is we assess applications against policy and the legislation. If they meet policy and legislation, bring them forward to council, and it's at council's discretion as to whether a PTE is provided. So it's not staff's recommendation necessarily to provide a PTE for each of these applicants. It's that they meet policy and they meet legislation.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton, I think I see a hand coming.
Yeah, thanks very much. I remember having a conversation about this this one last year. The Montessori school has a for-profit space and a not-for-profit space, or a not-profit and not-for-profit part of their operations happening in the same space. And so they're asking for a tax PTE on the fraction that they're using for not-for-profit use. This split between the profit and not-for-profit, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with simply, okay. How do we determine what is an appropriate amount of profit and not-for-profit use of a space?
Through the chair, our process is first to speak with the provider. So spoke with the provider of, as we have in the past, of the operations, and they provide what their board has determined as the percentage between the two. What is difficult from a staff perspective is it's all shared space. So we are relying on the provider to provide us with that estimate of what is the not-for-profit and the for-profit percentage.
Okay, I don't think I have any further questions right now. I'm going to look up the Local Government Act on something. So if there's somebody else has a question, I may come back.
Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. Just generally, how do we ensure these flow through to the tenant? I can see some of these we're leasing to ourselves, so it's not. I don't see it being a risk necessarily in this conversation. But I'm really curious how that piece works. So we could use Montessori as an example. Their lease is now transferred to the province as the owner of the building, or an agent of. So how is that handled so that the benefit is ensured to flow to the intended entity?
Through the chair, in the Montessori Society specific example, that would be a risk. It is a property owned by another organization. They do have an agreement in place that the property taxes are paid by the society, but we can't control that relationship between the two.
Right. So just as they've come up with a percentage of the space they're using, we've calculated their what their portion of the property taxes would be based on the percentage of the property that they occupy. Is that how we've arrived at the number? And then the tax bill would be sent to the property owner, and then they would distribute it how they see fit.
Through the chair. Yes, that is correct. But just as a point of clarification, it is a separate roll number. So it's not the whole property. That's the whole, what used to be the forestry build, we refer to as the forestry building. That whole property is not one roll number. The space that the society and the for-profit entity are renting or leasing is its own roll number. So that's what's being or what we're calculating the 50% property taxation exemption on.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm always curious all the pieces that need to come together for this. I was curious the recommendation for the term of these is, I think, seems to be based entirely with aligning with similar, or with in one case with a lease that expires at a similar time. And I just wondered, I appreciate that rationale, but for something like, I'm going to say under one roof, we know the overdose prevention site is on month to month, but that, is there a reason that we wouldn't go longer or is there a policy what policy is recommending that we go short, that we go what I'm viewing as quite a short PT for under one roof? Like, what's the risk in going longer, or the policy that's guiding us to go to this timeline?
Through the chair, just to address the first part of that question, we do recommend similar organizations to align with the same end date for permissive tax exemption, just so that council has the opportunity to see all applications at one time to be able to determine in a fair manner which organizations to grant PTEs to. In regards to the overdose prevention site specifically, we don't have a policy that has a term, so it doesn't have to be a 1 year. If council wishes, they could grant a longer term. The administrative advantage to the district by doing a 1 year is, if the lease expires, we're assessing that versus then seeking that out. But since it is a lease with the district, that one would be easier to administer.
Well, I'm not as concerned with it's more their purpose-built facility, the under one roof spot. I understand the complexities of the overdose prevention site, and I think a 1 year is appropriate. But I wondered on their purpose-built facility on 3rd Avenue, why we're recommending such a short piece. Are we hoping that I know in some of these spaces, some of the operating budgets include payment of municipal taxes? Are we sort of hoping that something like that might come about, and we wanted to be able to take advantage of that? Or because I'm thinking about security and the importance of that over in the long run for our community.
And through the chair, when the affordable housing and non-market housing was added to the permissive tax exemption policy 2 years ago is when council started granting PTEs for those types of providers. And we do have a couple of providers that were granted PTEs that expire in 2027 because they were granted 5-year PTEs. So to align under one roof's PTE so that council would have the opportunity to review all non-market housing at the same time, it would be to 2027. But again, it's to council's discretion if council wanted to grant a longer term period.
Okay, thank you. I'll ponder that.
Councillor Hamilton, do you have a question? Okay, and I am hoping for a pretty hard stop at 5 because we've got a big evening, and so if we go on, we may be coming back after the public hearing to finish off the committee of the whole, just as a warning. So Councillor French, a question?
Yeah. Okay, so I've done some digging, and there's another faith-based organization in Squamish that owns both a church site and a residential property. And the names don't necessarily match up with the churches. So this matter with the Sikh property, I know that there's a comparable faith-based organization that's got the same set of circumstances where there's a church and a residential property. By any chance, do you know which organization that is and what their request is for PTEs around the church and the residential property? This is a long shot, I recognize that.
Through the chair, no, I don't have that information.
Okay, I'm going to do some research because I would hate for us as a council to give a PTE to one faith-based organization and then we have another faith-based organization in the community that's got the exact same scenario and doesn't request a PTE. So I'll do some homework, and by the time this comes back to us, hopefully I'll be clearer on this issue.
Okay, just for some clarity on that though, before we get into resolutions, which I think we're close to, Ms. Souza, I understand we're under a bit of a time constraint, and so if the bylaws come back to us, and then because of this issue or others, we have concerns, is this something we'd have to address next year, or we do have some time to address such matters this year subsequently?
Through the chair, the general practice and what I was seeking today is council direction on which properties to add to bylaws to bring back to council for October 1st. The rationale is we need to do public notice 2 consecutive weeks and then have this adopted to BC assessment before October 31st. So there is a time crunch in terms of how to manage bringing this back to council. I was wondering if I could just consult quickly with our corporate officer.
Sure. Why don't we give you 2 minutes to do that? Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So a way to address that and still make the time frame that we need to, what we can do is draft that bylaw separately as is in the presentation, bring it back to council, and council can either give it 3 readings or not give it 3 readings.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to express a similar concern to Councillor French regarding the permissive tax exemption on a vacant piece of land. In my read of the Local Government Act, permissive tax exemptions are normally qualified for things like and the use of that land to those purposes. And in this case, I don't see the vacant land being used for the purpose of the community outreach, all the great things that the Sikh Society does. I don't see those lands being a core use to the community function. And so that's where it's not clear to me that the Sikh Society application would fit the permissive tax exemption.
Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a discussion here around the faith-based groups and their physical place of worship and in the supporting infrastructure. I live down the street from this spot, and I'm past there all the time, and I have seen this piece of property used for parking during major events that they're having. And this goes into all sorts of conversations we have around infrastructure for humans versus infrastructure for cars and all this. So, but I think that I just wanted to say that it does get used, but it's not something that's needed regularly. But I don't know where that leaves everybody on this. I do think that the 1 year is appropriate given this type of piece, and we can look at the overall of facility versus sort of supporting lands as a whole, which is what's being proposed with staff. So I just wanted to bring that out, but we can look at that, and I appreciate staff's recommendation of having that. These are going to be individual bylaws, so we can look at that then, but just wanted to add that context.
Okay, so given the discussion, then I'm going to move that the District of Squamish permissive tax exemption bylaws for the discussed applicants be brought forward for consideration at the regular business meeting to be held on October 1st, 2024. And is there a seconder for that? Mayor Herford seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Councillor Anderson, if you would like to make your declaration.
Yes, Chair. On the matter of the Squamish Valley Golf Club application, the fate of this application can potentially affect the fees of the affiliated curling club, fees and programming, of which I'm a member. So I wish to declare a conflict on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think this is the last topic we will discuss in the committee of the whole. So if you'd like to take your leave, and then we'll all come back for the public hearing. Okay, Ms. Sousa, is there any introductory or last comments about the golf course you'd like to make?
Thank you. Yes, I'll just quickly review the application so that council can give me direction as to whether to bring it forward for first three readings. So Squamish Valley Golf Club leases land on Mamquam Road from the district. The golf club provides golf, curling, squash, and space for social activities. It also assists in facilitation of fundraising opportunities for numerous community groups. The land the golf club is leasing is from the district, and the province doesn't allow the district to charge lease payments on this land. In lieu of lease payments, the district has contractually agreed, subject to council approval, that the golf club will pay approximately $45,000 of property taxes per year, as this amount is estimated to be related to the for-profit portion of the golf course. To reduce the 2025 property taxes to $45,000, a $26,200 permissive tax exemption would need to be granted. The golf club meets both legislative and policy requirements.
Thank you. And so for clarity, without this exemption, they'd be at 70,000-ish. That's probably incorrect math, but in the ballpark. And because of this, it brings us to basically full taxation for the for-profit portion and consistency with the agreement. Is that?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. And it's interesting. This is essentially a contractual obligation for us to provide this. Is how I'm reading this. But the term of the PTE is only annually. Is that every year to reflect the fluctuation over the change over time? So we need to sort of follow through on this obligation at every step. We can't set it for, like, it wasn't set for a time previously that aligned with the lease that was existing.
Through the chair, just for clarification purposes, it says specifically in the amendment to the agreement that this is subject to council discretion each year. So although contractually it says 45,000, it also says it's subject to council discretion. So it does not have to be awarded each year, just to make that clear. And yes, in the update to the agreement, it said it would be assessed annually because it would fluctuate year to year based on the property tax assessment. So that's to bring it to 45,000. It does need to be assessed year to year.
Councillor Hamilton?
Is this an indefinite contract, or is there a duration specified in the contract?
Through the chair, the end date of the contract is 2029.
Mayor Herford?
I'll just move this one by itself. If there's no, I didn't see any other. I don't know if there were others on the list. If we're not ready for that, then fine. But I'm ready to make that motion.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor French seconds. Mayor Herford moves. Do you want to speak to it, Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a totally appropriate course of action, as outlined in as much as it's at our discretion. I do think that it's a totally appropriate step to take to meet that obligation that's there, and to level out the taxation as we've sort of committed to previously.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, and I also agree. We should be moving forward because we've said in a contract that we'll be moving forward with this. I understand it is under council discretion each time, but I also think it's important that when we say something, we do it. I'll express my discomfort here as well in this profit and non-profit part of the permissive tax exemptions, recognizing the fact that the for-profit part of the golf course cannot exist with the not-for-profit part of the golf course. So the two pieces are intertwined, and it's not clear to me that we're, from a policy perspective, approaching this in a totally reasonable way. But I don't think we're going to solve that this year. So thanks.
And sorry, Councillor French, I sort of blew past. Did you want to add a comment here? Okay, I'll just add my own. I will support this. It's one I've wrestled with, and I think after the end of this contract in 2029, it is worth a discussion. I think one of the other, I guess, mitigating circumstances for me that's helping to achieve my support this time is the fact that this isn't just a golf course. There is some public park space in terms of trails and access and so on there, which helps to justify some level of PTE in my mind. I'm not sure about the whole amount, but I think in 2029, when we look at a broader renewal, is maybe the best time to look at this more holistically. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And I think a motion to terminate. Mayor Herford, who wants to be Councillor Hamilton seconds? Any discussion? No? All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. And see everyone back here at 6 for a public hearing.